baby girl.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
Do you know what we're here for?
Your name, please?
Climate and everything are the same word.
Oh, it never occurred to me.
Interesting.
It's just
That's
crazy enough to
interesting.
work.
Yeah.
It's science.
This is from 12 Rules for Life.
That's too much, man!
Consequences. Consequences.
So hot right now.
That's hot. Do you know what we're here for?
A fucking bitch.
Your name, please?
Oh, girl, baby girl.
What now? A what now?
Well, it's good to see all you folks once again. Looks like it's time for another journey together. Thankfully, we have all of each other's company here for this arduous journey. So buckle up, space fans. Time for a trip through the unknown. Well, it's Sunday FUNDAY, everybody. And, you may have included by the title, we will be doing the first portion, the first round of Galactic UN support character voting today. At least I hope so. Hopefully I haven't completely overlooked important details. Okay. Let's see. What to start with here today? Alright. Unfortunately, I don't have a fun start for Sunday FUNDAY. It's a usual day in terms of our start. We're gonna start in America, where people keep shooting each other.
Rid of the Second Amendment.
This is from Buffalo, New York. 3 people shot on LaSalle Avenue in Niagara Falls. This is from a day ago.
Good evening, I'm Fevin Castle, and thank you so much for joining us on this Friday.
Oh god, it's totally on 2x right now.
We're taking you to Niagara Falls, where we have learned 3 people are being treated for gunshot wounds after a shooting this afternoon. Take a look at your screen. Authorities gathering at LaSalle Avenue in Niagara Falls to investigate the incident. The City of Niagara Falls Mayor's office reporting all 3 victims were taken to ECMC. Community members are in shock after a shooting happened in their neighborhood, and 7 News is a voice for everyone. So I turn the mic over to a resident in Niagara Falls sharing their reaction to this investigation.
This is totally not like this area.
A quiet neighborhood on LaSalle Avenue in Niagara Falls becoming the scene of a crime Friday.
A lot of people started running down there, crying and, not believing what was going on.
A resident who did not want to show her face on camera tells me that she has lived on this street for about 30 years. She tells me this shooting was the most chaos that she has ever seen or heard on her street. Others I spoke with were also uncomfortable with going on camera.
I was sitting in the living room, and all of a sudden I heard a lot of sirens, more than normal. So I looked out, and there was police cars all over. I think they counted, there was 14 of them.
Christy is from Buffalo. Yeah, I also haven't heard and or seen her in a chat in quite some time. Anyway, this happened. I don't think there were any arrests from this, which is just wild. We keep hearing about shootings, but no arrests over and over again. Makes you wonder things. By the way, I've decided to turn down chat latency, so hopefully I'll be able to respond to your messages faster than normal today. Partially because I'm hoping we can play some chat games at some point, since it's Sunday FUNDAY. We'll see how scheduling works on all of that. Anyway, let's look at this from 20 hours ago, where residents react to deadly shooting in Belmont. This is from NBC Bay Area.
Tonight, a normally quiet peninsula neighborhood is on edge after a rare and deadly shooting happened just off of Ralston Avenue in Belmont, right near a park. NBC Bay Area's Marianne Favreau spoke to neighbors as police search for the gunman.
The shooting happened around 8 last night. Neighbors tell us they heard 3 gunshots, and then they saw a car parked here with bullet holes. Belmont police responded to reports of gunfire near Hiller and Irwin Streets last night.
Around 8:10.
Neighbor Thomas Martin describes what he heard before police arrived.
I heard some what sounded like shots, and I thought it was maybe fireworks, but then about 10 to 20 minutes later, we walked outside, and the police were roping off the area, and there's paramedics giving chest compressions to a man on the ground.
Police say a 27-year-old man died at the scene from multiple gunshot wounds. Neighbors say it appeared the victim was parked in a black sedan, and they noticed damage to the front windshield of his car.
I saw some gunshots through the...
Anyway, that pretty much nutshells the whole thing for us. Once again, no arrests, just a victim. Fucking wild. Let's look at this from Seattle. King 5, 10 hours ago. Seattle police are investigating a deadly shooting in something called Pioneer Square. I don't know if that means anything to anybody.
Seattle's Pioneer Square. One man was killed after a shooting. He was found unresponsive in the lower level of the sinking ship garage near Occidental Avenue South and Yesler Way. Medics tried to save him, but he was pronounced dead at the scene. Police say the call for help came in at about 11:15 Saturday night. Right now, detectives are working to figure out what led up to the deadly shooting. If you have any information, call SPD at 206-233-5000.
Whoa. What? Still no information on the shooter. Shocking.
Reservation.
Okay. What just happened? What just happened? Did I just lose internet? What's going on? Hold on. Hold the phone. Okay. Okay, we fixed it. We fixed it, chat. We fixed it. Ah, that's close. Pioneer Square is a popular spot in Portland. But it says Seattle police are investigating the shooting. So there are two Pioneer Squares, both on the West Coast, like 100 miles from each other. I guess it's entirely possible. Okay. Alright. Let's see. It is almost the end of Asian American History Month, so I figured we'd look at a couple of stories. Came across my desk here. This first one is from PBS NewsHour.
As this year's Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month draws to a close, we bring you the story of a pioneering actress, considered to be the first major Asian American star, despite the limits imposed by Hollywood's racism.
Good morning, angels.
Before there was Lucy Liu.
Oh boy.
Aquafina.
She will write that check. They do that around here.
Or Michelle Yeoh.
Thousands of envelopes.
There was Anna Mae Wong, considered hot.
One thing I noticed about those three names when watching this the first time was that 2 out of those 3 people had to do martial arts to be essentially chosen to be in films, right? Lucy Liu's first real big thing was, I think it was that Charlie's Angels movie, but she still had to, you know, I'm just saying, you know, it's kind of something of an epidemic in terms of casting choices in Hollywood. There's a Pioneer Square in PDX. Once again, I think that was in Seattle. I could be wrong. Maybe I could look this up before we go any further. Was I finishing that? Was I trying to say that? Oh, but Aquafina is one of the 3 people in that group that didn't really have to, you know, do any of that and just focused on her own Asian American stories, which I found interesting. Pioneer Square, Seattle. That's what I'm searching. There's also a Pioneer Square in Seattle, so that, I think, ends that confusion, hopefully.
First Asian American film star. She appeared in more than 60 movies, beginning in the silent era. But racism meant that in most of them, she played stereotyped supporting roles, while white actresses in yellowface got top billing. It wasn't until she went to Europe in the late 1920s that she was cast as a leading lady, starring in British, French, and German films. Wong Liu-tsang was born in Los Angeles in 1905, one of 7 children of American-born owners and operators of a laundry business. As a teenager, she skipped school to go to the movies and to watch scenes being shot on the streets of Chinatown. She landed a role as an extra and quickly...
Can you have an emotional support character? Of course you can. Of course you can. If you've earned it, then you deserve it. That's how it goes. 4. Who is going to help us get through this troubling time? Who is 4? Jessica Fletcher. Jessica Fletcher is going to start it off for us today. Oh God, what's happening over here? This is wild. Unacceptable. There we go. Whoops, what have I done?
Through the ranks. Over her parents' objections, she dropped out of high school to pursue an acting career. When she was 17, Wong landed her first major role. It was in a largely forgotten silent retelling of Puccini's Madame Butterfly called The Toll of the Sea. It's one of the first films made using an early version of Technicolor. Her big breakthrough came when Douglas Fairbanks, the biggest matinee idol of the day, cast her in the classic swashbuckling film The Thief of Baghdad. But after that, the roles Hollywood gave her were limited to exotic dragon ladies or stereotypically submissive characters. Off-screen, Wong was nothing like those roles. She was an all-American 1920s flapper, right down to her signature bangs. But on-screen limitations led her to abandon Hollywood for Europe, where her race didn't matter. Despite her success overseas, Wong returned home to find that little had changed. During the planning for the 1937 film version of Pearl Buck's novel The Good Earth, which is set in China, Wong was mentioned for the lead. But the role went to German actress Louise Rayner, who won an Oscar for her performance in Yellowface. She left Hollywood for a year-long tour of China, but she found herself...
Wow, you did such a great Chinese person, white lady. Great job. Here's an Oscar for you.
Criticized there for her stereotyped roles. Rejected in Hollywood for being too Asian, she later lamented, and in China for being too American. She returned to the United States and found modest success in the infancy of television, starring as a crime-solving art gallery owner in The Gallery of Madame Liu Tsong, the first show to star an Asian American woman. It lasted 1 season. She found more work in television, but years of heavy drinking had led to poor health. She was about to appear in the movie version of Rodgers and Hammerstein's Flower Drum Song when she died of a heart attack at age 50.
Was the name of the movie Yellowface? I didn't see that. All I know is they were talking about Yellowface on a couple of occasions where actresses, and like in that one particular instance, an actress received an Oscar for playing an Asian woman but wearing yellowface. So, I don't know. If it was also the name of a movie, I wouldn't be shocked considering the time period we're talking about in this. But, it just seems a little wild, a little insensitive for that to actually just be the name of a movie. But maybe I wasn't listening entirely. I was also trying to read chat. People are still talking about Pioneer Square. Alright, let's watch part of this.
That's the point. It's not to change the universe, but it's to bring people a little bit closer, to make an introduction, a friendly handshake.
From the country's first Asian American music label, this is short Vendetta, to the savory Filipino dishes being served up on the national stage.
I own a Filipino restaurant, and I'm learning so much from my own people, and I'm giving back just as much as they're giving to me.
And the effort to preserve the history at the center of one of the country's darkest moments.
We are living in the same kind of climate that put American citizens who look like this into barbed wire prison camp in the most cruel and mindless way.
In this half-hour special, we're taking you on a journey through this growing diaspora, introducing you to the names and faces of those representing the millions within the community. And
okay, I'm not gonna watch this whole thing because it's like 30 minutes long. And while I'm trying to have fun, I'm also trying to make sure I also technically do the news here today. At some point, we kind of did some of the news already. Let's listen.
lifelong activist who shares his personal story of imprisonment during World War II, reminding us all why history, the darkest corners of it, should never be forgotten.
Congratulations on yet another book. I remember so fondly your graphic novel and how middle school librarians recommended it. What made you want to write this one?
Well, this comes closest to my experience. It's a children's picture book. And I was a kiddie when the event happened. I was 5 years old, and I still remember that morning in early May. My father came rushing into our bedroom. I shared a bedroom with my brother Henry, a year younger, 4 years old. And he dressed us hurriedly and said, wait in the living room. Your mother and I are packing in our bedroom, and our baby sister was an infant. She was in a cradle in their bedroom.
Paint a picture for me, though. What did you see and what did you feel that your parents were going through as they're packing up all their belongings?
The bombing of Pearl Harbor happened December 7th, 1941. And it's very foggy, that memory. But
sure.
There was a change in climate. There was more tension. My parents were more anxiety-filled. And then they apparently got the word that we were being picked up. We saw two soldiers marching up our driveway. They carried rifles with shiny bayonets on them. They stomped up the porch, and with their fists, one of them began banging on the door. My brother Henry and I was standing by the window, paralyzed. My father came out, answered the door, and one of the soldiers pointed his shiny bayonet at my father. Henry and I were frozen in terror. And they said, get your family out of this house. We stood there waiting. And the other soldier who pointed the bayonet at him came out with escorting my mother out. My mother had our baby sister in one arm, a huge duffel bag in the other, and tears streaming down her cheeks. This is not a fuzzy memory. That memory of that morning is seared into my memory.
Now, looking back and thinking of that image of your mother with tears streaming down her face, what goes through your mind?
All I remember is the terror. Everything was lost. And my parents had to, endure just walking down the sidewalk and to have not the unfamiliar experience that Asian Americans had during COVID, where people were attacked. My parents were yelled at, shouted at, called spies, saboteurs. I mean, it was a horrific time for my parents. This I learned from my father as a teenager. I had memories, but I wanted to understand those memories. And we were innocent. We had nothing to do with Pearl Harbor, but war hysteria and racism, and that's what it was. We looked exactly like the people that bombed Pearl Harbor, and we were associated with it. And here were all these Japanese Americans. They saw us as dangerous.
What was it like for the American?
Okay, I just thought it would be good. While we're talking about Asian American related stuff, why not have Mr. Sulu here to help us with that? Seemed kind of perfect, honestly. Thank you, Mr. Sulu. That will be all. Alright, onward into the galaxy. Let's actually talk about this really quickly. There is a strike going on of ferry workers in San Francisco amid the start of summer tourism season. Let's look at this.
New at 11, Memorial Day weekend marks the unofficial start to the summer tourism season, but there could be a threat to one of San Francisco's biggest attractions, the boat tours to Alcatraz. As NBC Bay Area's Tom Jensen reports, union workers who operate the boats walked off the job and onto the picket lines.
It's one of the major draws to San Francisco's tourism economy.
I have no clue what I'm in for, but it looks like fun.
I'm scared. I don't like boats.
Even visitors unsure about venturing out into the waters of the bay put their fears aside for an up-close look at the Rock. Alcatraz boat tours attract more than 1.5 million visitors to the island yearly. But Saturday morning, striking cruise workers put the boat tours on a 4-hour hold by picketing at Pier 33.
Picket lines, man!
The union's president shot this video of the strike, which forced Alcatraz City Cruises to clear their boats until it was over. Board of Supervisors President Aaron Peskin was there to show his support for the union workers, who say management has not negotiated fairly, dragging out talks for nearly a year and a half.
This is a working people's...
A year and a half is too long. My God. People are, you know, dealing with whatever they might be dealing with, right? And I believe in this case, someone actually got injured, or multiple people got injured, and are waiting a year and a half for the company that actually runs the ferry to do anything? Get out. That's wild.
Waterfront, it has been for 100 years, and it is time for Alcatraz Cruises to stop stalling.
We've been waiting for a response to our economic package for months and months. And we were told that we would have a response to our economic proposal at the last meeting.
But Union President Robert Estrada says management didn't deliver anything tangible and continually drags out discussions without movement on key issues. So the workers hit the picket line. The boats were back.
Jeez. Well, honestly, I think people can waylay their trip to fucking Alcatraz while these people strike. Seems only fair. Maybe, if anybody's really upset about it, you should contact the people who actually run the ferry and say, hey, why don't you just pay your workers normal and give them, you know, the adequate benefits to survive, so that we can go and see your you know. You get what I'm saying here? I'm done. I'm done talking about this. I think we all get it. By the way, it's fantastic to see you all here already. Just barely into the stream, already see lots of people who well, mowing up. PB, Stephen K, Jules T, Donald James, AC, Nadia, Afroponics, Geo Dragon. Oh, yeah, I see a Geo Dragon in there. If I've missed anyone in there, I'm very sorry. Soul Life, oh, almost missed Soul Life. That would have been a disaster. Morbius Dragon. So many people. My goodness. Have we gotten to 20 likes already? We're only at 14. Okay, 16. Okay. Alright, what's next? Alright, let's quickly look at this. This is, let's see. This is, from 13 hours ago, where Trump was booed and heckled at the Libertarian Convention. Oh no, it's so sad. Whoa, why did it just skip it? What just happened? Hold on. Hold on, lady. Why are you... No, stop that. First off, you're muted. Not cool. Second, you're a video ahead of me right now, and I don't appreciate it. There we go. There we go.
To be invited here.
Just want to point out that those boos are not being exaggerated by me with my boo soundbite. Just gonna point this out. Those are real boos. It's very sad for Donald. I think the libertarians would love him.
To be invited here tonight as the first president in American history to address the Libertarian National Convention. Great honor.
A lot of people ask why I came to speak at this libertarian convention, and you know, it's an interesting question, isn't it? But we're gonna have a lot of fun. Well, in the last year, I've been indicted by the government on 91 different things, so if I wasn't a libertarian before, I sure as hell am a libertarian now.
I love how there's like two people like cheering and then everybody else is booing. It's very libertarian of them to not be sure what to do. They didn't set up a system beforehand. That's the problem. That's the problem. Oh god. Anyway, just figured we'd look at that real quick. It's just for a quick laugh on a Sunday fun day. It was perfect timing. It just happened 13 hours ago, okay?
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Okay. Let's move on to this. To transition us from one to the other. From the political to the environmental, ecological, and weather-related shit. That's a technical term, so write that down. This is from 2 days ago. CBS Colorado. Colorado town is spending thousands to combat blue-green algae at beaches. Now, we recently talked about how a study involving certain kinds of blue-green algae are actually a massive health concern and may actually be contributing to Alzheimer's patients, or negatively, like it might be actually creating cases of Alzheimer's somehow.
One Colorado town spending hundreds of thousands of dollars to make sure water along its beaches is safe for humans.
Blue-green algae is toxic to humans and wildlife, and it causes issues in many of our lakes as the sunlight causes blooms. Your reporter in northern Colorado, Dylan Thomas, joins us live tonight in Windsor. And Dylan, Windsor says this is a major investment to prevent a recurring problem.
Yeah, we are here live on the dock of Windsor Lake where it's a little wobbly, but just about every year since 2019, they've had to shut down this lake for parts of the summer due to blue-green algae blooms. But now the town is using technology monitored by a team out in the Netherlands to try and make ssure this place remains open for water.
I gotta say, it always makes me feel better when somebody who's getting paid like a salary screws up a line. Because, like, you know, I think you all know I screw things up here regularly, so it always gives me just a little bit of solace.
Biking, swimming, and fishing.
Our residents have paid a lot of money to build this fabulous park. It really is the jewel of our park system, and when the lake has to close, it impacts a lot of people.
Which is why the town of Windsor is now spending more than $250,000 to invest in what appears to be floating solar panels. But they're much more than just that. These floating devices are LG sonic buoys.
They're checking the water quality and measuring things that tell us when algae blooms are going to occur.
Deputy Town Manager Eric Lucas says the new technology helps detect chemicals and more in the water.
They're measuring 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
When the devices detect increased levels of things like chlorophyll, a team in the Netherlands can trigger the devices to send out sound waves into the water.
To capture them, sink them to the bottom, and basically not allow them to go to the surface where they collect sunlight and creates algae blooms in the middle of summer.
This lake is non-potable.
Oh, come on. You can't tell me that's not cool. They're shooting sound waves at algae? Who would have thought? Who the hell would have thought that's the solution? Like, it makes sense once you think about it. In terms of trying to push them down, keep them from getting sunlight. But no way was I going to be the guy that came up with that. That shit is wild. And super cool. And hopefully it's a cheap and easy solution to this in some areas. Bob Carmody, the the illustrious Bob Carmody. Space trains seem to be running on time from what you can see. No screw ups. That's good. Yep. So far so good. Where are we now? Okay, yeah. We're on to this point. You know how we were talking about tornadoes recently? Like for the last, I don't know, 2 weeks we've been talking about tornadoes being incredibly prevalent, hitting near record numbers, and being extremely high wind events. They've created a great deal of devastation. Now, I think a few days ago we talked about how Texas and other areas in that region, if you will, might be under threat of more tornadoes, that the next 7 days were going to probably be some of the highest tornado occurrences of this year. And well, in the last, I took a day off, and here we are, more tornadoes. Let's start here in Arkansas. What happened overnight, according to 5 News? I don't think I'm even subscribed to them. They just showed up in my feed.
There are some, we only had one storm overnight. It impacted a small portion of the viewing area. So there are probably a lot of folks that are waking up this morning, they're getting ready for church perhaps, and they're turning on 5 News and they don't exactly know what happened.
Yeah.
So it might be worth some time here just to recap what happened overnight, where we're at now, and what answers we're looking for in the next few hours.
And we'll start with at 7 o'clock, and if you're just joining us, there will be a news conference, give or take 7 o'clock. You know how those things are when they're trying to organize and on a short notice. We'll find out at 7 o'clock from the Benton County Administration Building, the courthouse. All the leaders and experts and officials and so forth will be all gathered there to tell us exactly what happened. But this actually, and I watched this last night. I watched you guys last night.
Wait, hold on. This needs to be addressed. I know this is important. We're going to get right back to this. But what? Are you blaming the quality of David Feldman's stream on the presence of Bob Carmody for said streams? Wow. That is bold.
To come just north of Tulsa,
I can't stand
by that statement. All the way
Bob's
through
great,
us
but, I mean,
to the other side of the state.
It's still got a tornado warning on it right now.
David might hear this, and I just don't want to be on
It
record
is still
saying
one single
somehow.
supercell has a tornado warning on it right now, nearly 5 hours later. Can you believe that? 5 hours later. I'm looking at some radar data offhand over there. It's north of Jonesboro now. This supercell dropped a tornado outside of Tulsa, and at multiple junctures between Tulsa and now nearly just to the north of Jonesboro continues to produce at least rotation strong enough to warrant a tornado warning, probably tornadoes at multiple points. It was just one supercell that moved through. We know of at least 3 tornadoes in Benton County based off of debris signatures being lofted into the radar. Whenever you see debris up in the air, whenever radar detects that.
Okay, hold on. Anyway, Arkansas was actually one of the places that was hit, maybe somewhat unexpectedly. But Texas was hit again for whatever, the 6th time in the last 2 weeks. And the damage is pretty vast. We're going to have at least 3 or 4 videos to look at through this. Wait, is this also in Texas? Wait, is this a different place? Arkansas. Oh, this is also in Arkansas. Hold on, we gotta look at this as well. This is more footage of the Arkansas tornadoes.
From 5 News, this is breaking news.
Whoa, what just happened to my sound?
This is the kind of damage our neighbors in Decatur are facing today. This is new video from Bailey Edwards. It's a city of just under 2,000 people who woke up this morning after tornadoes touched down in Benton County overnight. Right now, crews are still working to restore power lines, and people are out starting to pick up tree limbs. Some homes and businesses taken down completely with these powerful storms. Now we're looking at video of downed power lines in the Rogers area. This is at the intersection of 13th and Olive Street. You can see just how extensive it is. Rogers police officers are out helping drivers after the damage has slowed down traffic in that area due to all the debris across the streets and roadways. Thank you for joining us. We will continue to be cutting in all throughout the day, bringing you.
Okay. Now let's look at Texas as more massive tornadoes touched down there in the last, like, whatever, 24 to 48 hours. Seems like, wait, were there 2 different sets of tornadoes in the last 2 days? Wait, what the fuck, dude? Hold on. What am I looking at right now? This is wild. Okay, I could be wrong about this, but I'm just realizing this now. So I have one video coming up next, which is from 2 days ago, where a Texas tornado was captured on video. And then I have another one from 13 hours ago. Okay, hold on. Let's look at this one. I didn't even notice that they were spaced apart like that. I took a day off. This is what happens. This is what happens.
I was eating at a restaurant and out of nowhere my mom called me and she said that there's a tornado hitting and that everybody was evacuating, and then out of nowhere my mom started screaming, I'm dying, like everything's moving, like the windows are broken, like I'm gonna die. And then when I got here, I checked on them and they were like, come help us, these guys down here, they're dying and they need help, that their family's already dead under the truck. And when we got there, we took them out onto the highway where the fire department was, and they were all just standing there. There was like 30 of them just standing there controlling traffic supposedly, and everybody in here dying. And we took them out there and we gave them to them, and
I just thought that was completely fucked up. That they were more concerned about the flow of traffic than coming to save people who were just dealing with an actual, like, natural disaster. I feel like that's kind of what they should be doing, right? Am I losing it? Am I losing my mind?
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
What is that accent? That is... He's in Texas. I don't know where. A small community, according to that video. It is not descriptive at all. What? I don't know. No, it doesn't even say. It does say that at least 13 people died. The Jersey Shore of Texas. Hilarious. It's a good one. Okay. Alright, yeah, let's look at this now. So, wait, why am I in this video? Confused. Did I somehow skip ahead? I did. Alright, well, according to this, at least 60 people have been injured in a tornado, in another tornado in North Texas. At least 5 people dead from this one. It's wild. This is insane.
Morning, I'm Megan Reyna. We began this morning in North Texas, where Memorial Day weekend is taking a turn for the worse. We're learning at least 5 people, including children, have died and more than 60 have been injured following a reported tornado. The deadly storm swept through multiple North counties last night. It was spotted on the ground near Winthrop. The storm leaving behind a path of destruction. A gas station along Lone Oak and I-35 was decimated. Denton County leaders reported damaged homes, overturned 18-wheelers, and downed power lines on I-35 East. Reporter Rebecca Lopez shows.
You know what really sucks, like when you think about all this climate change shit, is that with people having to move more central because of rising seawater, right? They're more exposed to this kind of shit right here, which is just, oh my god, I don't know which one is scarier, getting drowning or getting hit by a fucking 2x4 at 100 miles an hour.
The latest damage in Salina.
I'm Rebecca Lopez here in Salina on Prairie Meadow Lane, where several homes were damaged and some of them completely gone. You can see this one here behind me. The roof is gone. The woman who lives here told me that she was not at home at the time. Her dogs and her pet goat were there, and then her mom, who lives behind her, was in the home right behind her house, and she did take shelter. Her mom had to be rescued. Her dogs and her goat, except for one dog, they've been able to find, but you can see it is completely gone. She says her neighbors.
That sucks. That completely sucks. Oh, boo. Boo, weather. So yeah, it sounds like in the last 24, 48 hours, dozens of people were killed. Or at least a dozen people, maybe? Was it, how many did they say? 13. More than a dozen. That was like 18 people died. And then who knows exactly how many people were injured. I mean, thankfully, tornado season, at least the peak of tornado season, is coming to an end. But like we talked about yesterday, the second that peak tornado season ends, hurricane season starts on June 1st, in whatever that is now, 5 days. Not a good outlook for much of the South. But the fact is the rest of the country isn't exempt from bad weather either. The entire East Coast, really, as well as just all sorts of places in the Caribbean, and let's not think about hurricanes. It's 5 days away. I mean, just pretend like it's not coming. Okay, just kidding. Can't do that. This is from 5 hours ago. Another report on this tornado in Texas. Wow. It just looks like for instance, hold on. I have to pause this. Like this right here just looks like a house exploded. Okay? This is fucked up. Come on. Come on, dude. We need sweeping change fast. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. It's one of those days where I'm glad I don't live in the Midwest, and instead I live in space. Texas seems great. Yeah, it does. Dude, what the fuck? Okay. Okay. Everything's fine. It's totally fine. But totally fine. But really bad for all the people there. Alright, let's look at this. From 21 hours ago, where a Monrovia bear repeatedly raids homes for snacks.
Than a bear break-in, and it was caught on camera. Neighbors in Monrovia say the animal has been causing trouble over and over again.
NBC4's Christian Gatsanes joins us live from Monrovia with this story and the new video tonight. Christian.
Using the fridge and everything.
That's right. I can tell you this is a very unique case, according to one neighbor, because she says this bear is just getting too comfortable being around humans. It was caught on video, getting into cars, breaking into homes, searching for Oreos.
Oh my God.
Watch as a family captures a bear on video across the street after it goes through the homeowner's car full of groceries.
My God.
But as he walks away, the bear comes back for a bag of Oreos as the neighbor
I don't know why you would name
witnesses
this
it all
bear
a few feet
Oreo.
away.
You would name
But
this bear
lately
Yogi.
he's been
This
a
is
little
Yogi
bit
the bear.
more too comfortable with us,
reincarnated
and
in
he
real
actually
bear
got to
form.
open a neighbor's car,
It's the only
got
picnic
some groceries
baskets.
out, got a box of Oreo, and that's where his name came from.
Vinacori has lived on North Canyon Crest Drive in Monrovia for almost 20 years and is used to bear sightings. But this bear, she says, is smart.
One of the neighbors was walking her dog, and she
It's clearly a missed opportunity on the name. I mean, I get it. It's eating Oreos, but this is clearly Yogi the bear. Okay? Hey, boo-boo. Do you see that lovely looking picnic basket over there?
window broken, and she could see the screen is down, the shutters are down, and the window was open. So she called the police.
If they kill the bear, you're gonna rage. I understand your rage. Stop it.
He broke in.
3 separate cases over the course of a week, says Corey, who has had her own run-ins with the same wild animal. Last summer, the same bear found its way inside her garage. Watch as it opened the refrigerator and took a box out with a chocolate cake inside.
We're okay with them around. It's just when this one that got a little too comfortable and opening, screens, ripping them off and getting inside the house, trying to push the windows.
Bear sightings are common in the city of Monrovia. The California Department of Fish and Wildlife says American black bears can weigh up to 600 pounds,
That's
stand
big.
6 feet tall, and live up to 30 years. They recommend locking garbage cans, keep your yard clear of overgrown plants, and always accompany your pets.
And I pushed.
Anyway, they have not killed the bear, at least to my understanding. They also haven't even found the bear. Or the bear. I don't think there's any way to know the gender of the bear, but the bear has disappeared. It is repeatedly coming back for seconds and thirds on these snacks. I don't blame the bear for this because, hey, chocolate cake? Free chocolate cake and Oreos? Hell. I mean, I too want free chocolate cake and Oreos. I mean, I don't go into people's houses to take chocolate cake and Oreos. Let's make that clear. Okay. Now, oh, I almost forgot. I wanted to watch this. Maybe I'll watch it in a second. Yeah, I'll watch it in a second. I'll just get it locked up. Page. Okay. Am I Santa? No, I'm not Santa. I categorically am not Santa. Okay, let's go on to this. This is from 6 hours ago, where Cyclone Ramal in India and Bangladesh, they are bracing for a severe storm landfall. Yeah, no, absolutely, PB. When we destroy their habitat, they go hungry. And also, when we invade their habitats with our homes, I would point out that at some point, you know, evolution happens, right? And they start figuring out food exists inside of those boxes, right? And on a mass scale. Who knows exactly when that happens, but I guess my point is on a case-by-case basis, bears are figuring things out, right? I mean, they've been doing it for fucking years. Especially if you lived in places that are less, what do you call it? Less than urban, right? I've done some camping in my day, like up in the Adirondack Mountains. Bears they see cabins as just like food boxes. And like cars, too. We might have to get a bear on for an interview at some point, considering.
फोरकास्ट ऐसा है कि लगभग उत्तर का दिशा में
the cyclone to move northwards
मूव करेगा
and make landfall late at night on Sunday. So like right now,
रात में मध्य रात में between Bangladesh
between
coast
Bangladesh and West Bengal coast
में कोस्ट को क्रॉस करेगा.
नेचुरल कैलामिटी क्योंकि
Due to the natural
अभी बोला गया है आने वाला है या फिर अप्रोचिंग है, तो हम फ्लाई नहीं कर पाए और उसका हमें कोई भी इंफॉर्मेशन नहीं दिया गया. हमारा 8:30 को फ्लाइट था और हम 6 o'clock से यहाँ पे आए हुए हैं.
I would point out that your delayed flight is possibly not going to be the worst of things to come. So yeah, it's supposedly making landfall right now, and it's basically, what do you call it? I think it's hurricane season, or cyclone season, which is Southeast Asian hurricane season. It's just a different word for hurricanes, I think. Okay, well, while that's happening, there is also a heat wave going on in Pakistan and India.
So hot right now.
Typhoons? Is that what it is?
Jacobabad in Pakistan is one of the warmest cities on Earth. And
I could have sworn it was a cyclone, but now I have to look it up. If you've ever wondered what separates hurricanes, cyclones, and typhoons, is that they only differ in their geographical locations. Okay. Hurricanes in the Atlantic and Northeast Pacific. In the northern Indian Ocean, they're called cyclones. Wait. So where's typhoons, though? This is confusing me now. Now I have to know. This is important. This should be easier to figure out. Okay, in the North Atlantic and the Northeast Pacific Ocean, it's a hurricane. In the Northwest Pacific, it's a typhoon. And a cyclone is in the South Pacific and Indian Oceans. Okay, now we know things, and I can feel better about myself. Okay, let's get back to that. People are hot in Pakistan and India.
Weekend, it's experiencing a dangerous heat wave, creating life-threatening conditions for residents and impacting food supply.
गर्मी ना है बाबा आने अन्य गर्मी भी तेज आ बिजली ना है बट अन्य गर्मी तेज
It is hot without power. It's like 52 degrees Celsius. Will further increase. We are without power for 4 or 5 hours. How hot is that? Wait. How hot is that? Was it like 110 degrees? $125 degrees. He must be exaggerating. There's no way. Is that possible? It's very hot here. We run fans through solar energy to combat the heat. Also, we spray water on us to fight the heat. There's no proper arrangement of power here. In 24 hours, they are providing power for a few hours. During these 7 hours, 15 minutes, 20 minutes, and 30 minutes, it is like you have no power at all.
जैसा कि आप सबको पता है कि इन डेज के अंदर हीट वेव जो है हीट की वेव्स जो है वो बहुत सीवियर किस्म की हो चुकी हुई हैं और गवर्नमेंट की नोटिफिकेशन के अकॉर्डिंग ये है कि वेकेशंस बच्चों को दे दी जाए बट साथ ही उन्होंने एक मैसेज कंडक्ट किया हुआ है कि जिन स्कूल्स ने अभी तक की डेट में पेपर्स कंडक्ट करवाने हैं वो अपनी कुछ प्रिकॉशंस हैं उनका ख्याल रखते हुए जो है अपने बच्चों के पेपर्स कंडक्ट करवा सकते हैं
छुट्टी छेती हो गई थी बच्चों ने इसे हार किया कि चलो हमें नहर पे ले चलो
The kids said they wanted to go and bathe in the canal.
अब आए बच्चों को साथ लेके नहाएंगे और बच्चे को फ्लैश होंगे तो जरा थोड़ी गर्मी कम होगी बत्ती गई हुई बहुत परेशान
There's no power there. Sorry, I'm getting distracted.
औरंगाबाद में ये जो 4 महीने हैं मई से लेकर
You gotta look it up. How hot India has been. Okay, it's saying, according to Reuters, it's been hitting 40 degrees Celsius. They may be talking about the heat inside of, inside of their workplaces, which are filled with equipment, which I wouldn't be shocked to hear. Either way, 105 degrees Fahrenheit, still pretty hot. 125 is a rare steak. Yeah, something like that. It's just the beginning of the year right now. Well, not the beginning, I guess. It's getting towards the middle. But Jesus Christ. What does Celsius mean? It means, it's, what's it called? Goddamn, I can't think of the Republican word for Europe right now is. But it's Europe units for your information. Okay, that's all I got for you. It's Europe units. It's god dang European units, and I won't have it. Okay. So we recently talked about this, and things have somewhat progressed, and in a very bad way. We talked about how Papua New Guinea had a number of different landslides occur a few days ago now, but as it turns out, nearly 700 people excuse me, nearly 700 people are feared dead after all of this. Let's look at this from The Guardian. Drone footage showed the extent of the damage in Yambali village, with reports suggesting that the area affected was the size of 3 or 4 football fields. People could be seen making
soil landslide, leaving soil debris of 6 to 8 meters deep. 6 to 8 meters deep. Wait, hold on. Wait, sorry. Didn't quite see that. I think it said the village was home to nearly 4,000 people. Yep. Local reports say it is unclear how many people are still missing. Well, this was a slightly older video. Let's watch this next one where apparently nearly 700 people are feared dead.
At the foot of a mountain in the Enga province of Papua New Guinea, a village lays buried. More than 150 homes and hundreds of lives have been lost. Locals in shock and mourning have been combing through some 6 to 8 metres of soil in search of victims and survivors since the landslide struck on Friday.
Just for some of you in chat who don't understand meters, that's 18 to 24 feet in freedom units.
Around 3 o'clock a.m. and the locals on the ground, the boys right there at the back of me, they're telling me that this is a massive destruction that took place. And they were fast asleep, and all of a sudden the place was covered by rocks.
By Sunday, only 5 bodies had been recovered, all adults. Water power and major highways were cut off, hampering relief efforts. Local authorities were struggling to reach the site, leaving villagers isolated, using spades, agricultural forks and items on hand to dig. A convoy had travelled from the provincial capital to deliver food and supplies and to establish evacuation centres around the debris, with the local UN migration agency saying the area was still at risk.
Still at risk, that's not great. Yeah. That's not great. Let's go here. You know, I totally forgot to set my videos up. Like, I was gonna do a second, like, go through of it all. I was like, oh, I'll move these here, move these here. I didn't do that. Didn't do that, and I blame myself for this. Because I kind of wish I was doing this before all of this. That would have been the way to do this. But sometimes I foil my own plans. Let's watch this. Apparently, 12 people were injured after a Qatar Airways flight hits mid-air turbulence over Turkey. Now, I know we talked about a very, very just shockingly similar sounding story like 2 days ago. I, just wanted to tell you that this is not the same story. This is a completely different flight. The other one we were talking about, somebody actually died. On this one, only people, well, not only, but 12 people were injured and nobody died. But it happened with not that far away from each other, honestly. But let's look at this.
Achieve a limit of.
Whoops, no, go back. Yeah, there it is.
Hello, you're watching CBC News Network. I'm Linda Ward. We begin with another mid-air incident that's left multiple people injured today. It happened on a Qatar Airways plane flying from the Middle East to Dublin. CBC's Albert Delatala is looking into what happened.
Well, Linda, we're told 12 people were injured when that Qatar Airways flight hit turbulence on its way to Dublin. And the airport does say that it landed safely and on time, but certainly some scary moments there. Let's show you on a map just where it happened. The airport confirms the Qatar Airways flight hit turbulence while airborne over Turkey. The incident reportedly lasting less than 20 seconds, according to passengers, and happened during the food and drinks service on the plane. It's
another Boeing. If you didn't notice that on that infographic, it says Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner. Now, granted, they kind of have a monopoly, so...
And happened during the food and drinks service on the plane. 6 passengers and 6 crew reported injuries. You can see some of the scenes there after that plane safely landed, meeting emergency crew when it did on the ground. Here are some passengers who spoke to Irish public broadcaster RTE after they got off the plane.
Food all over the plane, on the ceiling, everywhere. This managed to happen.
Just going over Baghdad, we just felt the plane dip for about 5 seconds, and next to us we saw the flight attendant just go up in the air and come straight back down.
The plane fell. The flight attendant, like the poor flight attendant, went into the air. Food went everywhere. Yeah, and then obviously it was like seatbelts on. There was panic, the look of panic everywhere.
The airline calls the injuries minor and said that those who were injured are receiving medical attention. It didn't directly comment on the turbulence, but it did say that an internal investigation is happening into that incident.
Sounds like a pretty harrowing incident for sure, according to the...
Your boss defended Boeing by saying that they always fall out of the sky? That's a weird justification. Okay. Now we're actually probably gonna look at a little bit more of this. I just want to move on to this next video. This is, what is this? Is TRT who does these? Yeah, this is TRT's Just 2 Degrees report, which came out 9 hours ago, where they discuss a number of things, including this flight. I'm not gonna watch the whole thing though, because it's like a half-hour long. Wait, no, don't
achieve
start.
A limit of 1.9 degrees Celsius.
Don't start here.
Simulation, and imagine pilots lose control of the plane you're in. There's blood and there's bits and pieces just broken everywhere. The harrowing details of a Singapore Airlines flight, and what experts say could likely become a regular occurrence.
With climate change itself and the heating up of the atmosphere, we know that there's more volatility as a result in those jet streams.
Just 2 degrees is on. Now,
I can only imagine the absolute fear people felt on that.
You're suddenly pushed 150, 500 feet vertically. Everything is going to move, including you.
Afghanistan's spring season is pretty short, just 2 months long. It's normally rainy.
You hope I think the DOJ is investigating. Now, they can't technically, like, they have no jurisdiction outside of the United States, but they are investigating Boeing's practices, I believe, relating to safety. Now, I have no idea just how effective or fruitful that will be, but we hope, all we can hope is the people that we elected do their fucking jobs.
But this year, the weather's behind a series of disasters across the country. And here's the backdrop. Afghanistan's political isolation makes it one of the least prepared countries to deal with climate disasters. Hundreds of people have died, thousands of cattle too, and large swathes of cropland were under a thick layer of mud. About 20 of the nation's 34 provinces were swamped by heavy rains, which followed an unusually dry winter and drought. But since the Taliban takeover in 2021, not only has foreign aid into the country diminished considerably, relief responses to natural disasters have also been hindered. The UN says Afghanistan is experiencing major swings in extreme weather conditions.
People have taken refuge everywhere. Our relatives have gone to the mountains, but they have no shelter. There is no house, we don't have money either.
We tracked down the Red Cross and the World Food Programme. Both organizations were at affected sites and described the challenges they and residents faced.
Can you just describe the landscape of what you saw? And honestly, did you expect the rains to cause such flooding?
The water came rushing unexpectedly due to rains which are unusually heavy. And in fact, many households were not expecting it in these areas. They said there was one man who survived who had just walked out somewhere to just check on
20 likes? Well, then hold the phone. Another 4, that's more Jessica Fletcher. We can't have more than one Jessica. Okay, Bacula. The dice has decided. Universe, the galaxy has called for Bacula. And we shall have him. And actually, perfect timing, because I'm going to skip ahead a little bit, as we've already discussed a number of the ramifications regarding what's been happening with the floods in Afghanistan. It's killed hundreds and hundreds of people now, as there's been 2 rounds of flooding there, at least extreme flooding during this rainy season. Let's talk about Kenya. I think this is where they talk about Kenya, right?
WFP was on the ground, ready to go with emergency life-saving food from the first event on the 10th of May, sorry, going through to now. So that's the first kind of critical component, is making sure that people have life-saving emergency food immediately or as soon as possible in terms of access, so that we can reach people with that assistance. The second part then is really looking at how we can mitigate these sorts of effects in the future. We look at things like building infrastructure, irrigation canals, flood diversion walls, check dams, things which are practical, community-based activities where the community is involved in the construction of these small infrastructure projects. What we see is that for the northeast.
Sorry, maybe they don't even talk about. Maybe they don't talk about Kenya. Weird. Okay. Well, let's go to the disaster aboard these Boeing flight through Turkey to
the plane said it suddenly dropped shortly after the seatbelt sign.
You have a bug bite the size of a pancake. That's bad. Get some cream or something. I think that's my advice there.
Up. Passengers and crew were thrown around the cabin in an episode they said lasted only a few seconds. But in that short span of time, scores of people were injured and a 73-year-old man died.
I saw people from across the aisle just like going completely horizontal, hitting the ceiling and landing back down in like really awkward positions. People like getting massive gashes in their head, concussions.
But what exactly is turbulence? Well, firstly, it's a weather phenomenon, an irregular motion of the air often associated with thunderstorms and wind gradients. Light turbulence can cause slight and momentary changes in a plane's altitude, with passengers feeling a slight strain against their seatbelts. Moderate turbulence is more intense. You'll definitely feel it, and unsecured objects in the cabin could be dislodged. Severe turbulence, on the other hand, can cause large but abrupt changes in altitude, as well as changes in airspeed. The plane may, for a moment, be out of control. You'll feel violent forces even in your seatbelts. And in the cases of extreme turbulence, the aircraft is violently tossed about with potential structural damage. Anita Mendirata is an aviation expert and advisor to the UN World Tourism Organization.
Pink Heart Purgatory. Terrible. It's horrific.
As I understand it, there are several types of turbulence, mechanical, wind shears. Talk about what created the incident on the actual flight?
Firstly, aviation has become very much a consumer and a traveler issue, no longer simply about the aviation industry. And we now have the conversations about weather. We've seen what happened in Dubai with the flooding of the airports when we had the extreme floods, and now we're having challenges up in the sky. So what causes turbulence? There are many reasons for it. And this is very much a convergence of everything that could go wrong, going wrong. SQ321, as we know, it was flying from Heathrow to Singapore, which is going west to east, which means you have the opportunity to go into a jet stream. Now, a jet stream is simply a column of air that allows the aircraft to, when it slips into that, move more rapidly and ultimately save fuel. With climate change itself and the heating up of the atmosphere, we know that there's more volatility as a result in those jet streams. So turbulence is caused by increased temperature, increased moisture in the air, and ultimately it's caused by, as you said, these wind shears, which basically is a dramatic either horizontal or vertical change in the direction of the wind. So when the aircraft was flying roughly over Myanmar, about to serve breakfast and descend, again, it was a horrible situation where while the aircraft was flying, it hit basically that period of turbulence, suffered very dramatic vertical wind shear, so going up and down, which the aircraft could absorb, but not the contents in the aircraft, which is people, luggage, any of the catering equipment, and that's where
I hate that description. So yeah, the aircraft's fine, but the people inside of it, not so fine. Yeah, that does make sense, though. It does make sense.
Situation, this was clear air turbulence. Even on the bluest of sky days and the sunniest of days, you can't see that it's there because ultimately it's about, again, these pockets of air hitting the jet stream. So there are ways to predict it. There are weather reports, there are sensors on the aircrafts, there's all of that technology in place. But one of the best ways for pilots to understand where exactly these problems might happen is from other pilots reporting them in to let them know that that was an environment of storm activity. And when you marry that with the jet stream, with the challenges that are taking place with wind shear, you come up with this very dangerous cocktail, which causes...
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if that's an exact number. It sounds close. I mean, I think it might be if you combine both. I don't know exactly how many people were actually paralyzed by it, but I know that a great number of people were injured, had some kind of spinal related injuries, or what was it? Was it brain injuries too? I can't remember exactly. There were some real shitty injuries though from both of those flights. 12 people injured on that one, and I think one died on the other one, and another 10 people might have been injured on that as well. Like, so 22 sounds right. I don't. Maybe you're combining them in your head. From a press conference? Maybe. I did not hear. I don't think I heard any press conference. It was just according to my most recent sources. Okay. Oh shit. Okay. Huh. Shockingly on time today. Seems quiet. Why is that so quiet? There we go. That's better. Well, I hope everybody is enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe. They both really help me out quite a lot. And if you haven't been telling everybody you know about the Galactic News Network, what in the heck have you been doing with your free time exactly? That's what I'd like to know. Anyway, if you'd like to help support me in some other way monetarily, well, you have one good option. That's going to my Patreon by way of that link and or in the description on my YouTube channel. That's right. 2 different places, same link. Same amazing space benefits. Alright, chat. Well, you may notice there is continuing development on this here scene you have in front of you. The Galactic Pool. That's right. More patrons are adding their personal flair to what you see in front of you. Alright, enjoy this intermission, chat. I will be right back. Is that the first time you're noticing Nadia back here in the pool with me? Wow. Shocking. There's also another edition. I don't know if you can pick it out. Poster. Poster's been there. Well, that is also an addition by a patron, but I guess it depends on when you've last looked at this. The poster is definitely an addition, though. There's a new dancer. That's right. I just realized that I'm on top chat. That's terrible. It's very rude. I don't appreciate it.
I don't want reality.
The watermelon Mountain Dew is actually pretty good. It's a little too sweet for me. It needs ice. It genuinely needs ice to be watered down. Otherwise, it's like little syrupy. You use the intermission as a smoke break. Well, it's a perfect time for that. That's why I've put the intermission in here so that it can be more tolerable with the fact that most of these streams go for like 4 hours long. Okay. Why isn't Cisco here? Racism? No, Cisco's tending bar. He refuses to go anywhere else but behind the bar. He just loves it. You know, he's a great singer, songwriter, and dancer who has decided that tending bar in space makes him happy, and I'm not here to stop Cisco from doing what he wants to do. Okay? It's not my job. Alright, I forgot about this. We were going to watch this as the last video of our ecological, I don't even pay Cisco. Wow. Rude. Me and Cisco have an agreement, and it's private. Okay, what was I saying? Oh, right. I wanted to do this as the last of the environmental stuff to kind of lift us up, but I forgot to do it. So we're going to do it now as the first video, just to kind of try and lift our spirits slightly.
I noticed there was a frog living in our fence, so I made him a house. But he hated it. And then 1 week later, the TikTok was like, he needs easier access. A patio that fills with water. They're really good ideas. So we started on V2, busted out these walls, added a patio, increased rivet amplification, and introduced additional arm
Rivet
comfort.
amplification.
Also, the people named him Froderick. Froderick. So we printed it, ripped off this garden.
I would have never considered the rivet amplification. That's pretty serious engineering.
And installed V2. And now it was pool. He needs a pool. Seriously, guys? That's an even better idea. So we made a pool with plants and this infinity edge waterfall. And Frederick liked it. He even had a friend over. So now it was perfect. Without knowing the possum's intentions, we built Froderick an emergency cave. Then Frod, he's called Frod now. Frod. Had a pool party. All the Frods were there. But then, use the escape cave, Frods. Use the cave. Wait. Oh, he's just thirsty for some frog tea. So Possum turned out to be friend, and the people named him King Julian. King Julian. Now the house was perfect. He needs a bug light. So we started on the bug attractor. After lots of designs, we ended up with this spaceship. And also added this pond. And then this happened. Awkward. Then we had eggs. And then tadpoles. So we added a tadpole ramp. And then there were baby frogs everywhere.
Tadpole
All
ramp.
frogs are now
Amazing.
called frogs now. Frogs. Then it turned out there was also a pregnant female possum. We named her Queen Julia. She had the baby. We named him Mort. Now there's a live stream where Mort and QJ have dinner each night with their hands. And then we made Frod House V3. And that's it. That's how Frod went from this to this.
Okay, just figured that'd be fun. Now, let's do some quick space news. As it turns out, we looked at this weeks ago now, where a piece of space junk from a SpaceX craft fell on a Canadian farm. As it turns out, SpaceX would like their junk back, but who's liable? Maybe Global News has answers.
Space junk. When you call something space junk, everybody thinks you're a little nuts.
But space junk or debris is exactly what Saskatchewan farmer Barry Sawchuk found on his land last month. He found the debris while checking his fields northwest of Regina.
You know, we're a quarter mile away or something, we're driving up and just looked like garbage, and we get closer and closer, and what is it? It's not garbage.
Photos of the debris led to an astronomy professor working with a colleague to determine the junk was likely linked to a SpaceX Dragon spacecraft that returned to Earth in February.
This is not uncommon, and as we launch more and more stuff, these re-entries, hidden stuff on the ground is going to become more and more common.
Global News reached out to SpaceX about the debris, but did not hear back by deadline.
Weird.
However, Sawchuk says the company has since been in touch.
He said there's some compensation. We don't know. We haven't set a number yet or nothing like that. So.
Space debris has fallen to Earth before, including farmland in Australia in 2020.
I hope he gets as much as he possibly can from SpaceX.
And through a home in Florida this past March, prompting experts to urge action.
What if this had landed in Regina or Toronto, right? Like this would have killed people for sure.
So who is liable? According to the Outer Space Treaty, the country where the object comes from is responsible.
You know, the United States is liable for damage caused by American satellites, even if they're private companies.
That treaty was originally established in the 1960s, but Cheney points to other initiatives already being developed, but added pressure will still be needed to make things better before they get worse.
If this crashed into the streets of a major city, the story could be very different.
In the meantime, Sawchuk says whatever money he does get will go towards a skating rink for his town. And while the debris is out of this world, he's going to continue his day-to-day farming grounded.
Oh, he's not going to do space farming suddenly? Okay. Okay. It's probably wise. Probably a wise decision. Keep it terrestrial. You don't mean to be rude, but that man's head is literally the shape of an egg. Oh God. Are you talking about this man with the egg-shaped head? Is this whom you're referring to? It is egg-shaped, and I have to concede. I didn't notice it on first watching, but upon you're noticing that it flashed in before my, like, you know, my mind's eye. I was like, oh my god. Just went, oh god. Oh, I really wanted to do this. There's no way. There's no way I didn't translate it, and the translations are so bad. Okay, we're gonna skip this. Hopefully we can do this soon. I just have to translate this myself because the auto translate to English is really bad. And me trying to translate it from the French live is gonna be real tough. I was going to try and do this for part of this because this shit is based. Damn. We're gonna skip Haiti. We're gonna skip Haiti today and go to a different French-speaking place. Let's look at this. This is in France, Paris, where the Champs-Élysées is transformed into a massive table for a special picnic. It's much more upbeat. Although I'll say this, my best summary of what she had to say in that video, it's like an hour and a half long. Most of what she had to say is that the United States and their compatriots, well, whatever you want to call it, are essentially trying to quash Haitian freedom. That's a real nutshelling. Once again, it was like an hour and a half long. Oh god. This does look fun though.
Today we will receive more than 4,000 people. We will serve more than 4,000 meals. You see all around us 8 temporary kitchens, which are organized by and managed and led by all the grand chefs who are just behind me.
Of course, you need an LG branded towel for your picnic, for fuck's sake. Oh, capitalism, why must you invade every fucking thing that we do? Do we need to be marketed on our towels? Is that necessary? Seriously, though, it does look fun. Biggest picnic in the world. Okay, let's see here. Right, well, LG equals Legrand, but then it also has the LG logo on it because it's sponsored by the company LG. Is that what LG the company means though? Because I don't know what that stands for. No, Lucky Gold Star. Right, it's South Korean. That's what I thought. Life's good. Life's good. That's right. At least that's the most That's what I feel like everybody knows it as. But it says here it was formerly known as Lucky Gold Star. So apparently the Life's Good thing is just a more recent development, whatever you want to call it. All right. Let's look quickly at UK elections as Rishi Sunak made his rain-soaked call for general elections. As it turns out, over 78 Tory MPs have stood down before the general election. First, let's look at this one.
It's day 3 of the UK election campaign. Here are 5 things you need to know.
Sweet, thank you.
There was speculation that Rishi Sunak was already having a duvet day, but he met with veterans at a Wetherspoons in his North Yorkshire constituency, and he made a joke about his very soggy election announcement speech, saying he didn't have pneumonia yet, and...
The amount of people that gave me an umbrella over the last couple of days.
On Friday, Michael Gove announced he won't be standing as a Tory MP at the election. And while constituency officers up and down the country are bustling over this election period, this is what his office looks like today. Lib Dems leader Ed Davey has been in Chichester, a city he's hoping to win, talking about sewage. He told us that he's confident the Lib Dems can nab Gove's Surrey Heath constituency.
It's great.
This man lives in the constituency, and this is what he thinks of politicians.
Lies, half-truths, you name it, they'll wriggle out of it.
And Reform leader Richard Tyson...
I fucking loved that guy. He's so funny.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
The words being said are strange. Which words? Alright, let's look at one more, at least a part of this next story relating to the same thing.
Guys, see you in a bit. Bye.
The Liberal Democrat leader couldn't be happier. Out in Chichester Harbour to highlight his party's policy on tackling sewage, he was buoyed up at the news that Michael Gove was standing down.
Well, it's very interesting that a lot of senior Tories in seats that we think we can win are standing down. There's Michael Gove in Surrey Heath, there's John Redwood in Wokingham, there's Greg Clark in Tunbridge Wells. And I think they've seen both the local election results, where we're doing really well in those areas, and they've seen the fact that lots of former Conservatives are switching to the Liberal Democrats. They're disgusted, frankly, by the behaviour of the Conservatives. They like our local champions, and I think that we'll see potentially some more Conservatives standing down because they're worried about the threat from the Liberal Democrats.
For the man known to love a dance, no mention of the Lib Dem threat in his resignation letter. After nearly 20 years in government,
Well, they're certainly having fun over there across the pond. And yeah, dozens of Tory MPs have stepped down in favor of the Liberal Democrats, which are, I guess, pretty centrist, you would say. At least that's my understanding of the party. I could be wrong. I know there's some British people in this chat who may very well correct me on that at some point. I don't know. Let's look at this. As there's definitely some stuff to discuss regarding Ukraine, as Russia has been continuing to increase its strikes in the Kharkiv region and along the front lines, if you will. So this is a construction supplies store. Apparently it's like a Ukrainian Home Depot. Has the lava lamp always been there? Totally. I think a lot of people didn't notice the lava lamp until I turned the colors on it. It's a void. It's actually not an actual lava lamp. It's a void lamp. It's filled with the unknown, and it was originally in monocolor. It was just black and white. But I decided to turn the colors on, and now it's a lot more people have been noticing, I guess. But I found it like floated in through the gap in the door on the airlock one day, and I stuck it on my desk. So it's been there for quite a while. Just gonna go straight to this next one. Death toll rises in Russia's strike on busy Kharkiv store.
The death toll rose on Sunday after a Russian strike on a crowded DIY hardware store in Kharkiv, which also injured dozens of people, Ukrainian officials said on Sunday. Local officials said at least 120 people were in the epicenter hypermarket on Saturday when 2 guided bombs struck, causing a massive fire. This surveillance video shows the moment they hit.
Oh, come on.
At least 10 of the dead were unidentified on Sunday morning, they said. In a post on the Telegram app, Ukraine's Interior Minister Ihor Klimenko said 16 people were still missing after the strike.
How is that militarily significant in any way? Bonkers. Pretty sure that counts as a civilian target. Okay. Let's look at this next one. This is from... yeah, let's go to this one. This is from France 24, where the NATO chief has called for the use of allied weapons against Russia, which would definitely be a drastic escalation to all of this.
The use of Western weapons to attack targets in Russia has long been a red line for Ukraine's allies. Speaking in an interview with The Economist, NATO boss Jens Stoltenberg says he wants that to change.
I think the time has come for allies to consider whether they should lift some of the restrictions they have put on the use of weapons they have donated to Ukraine, because especially now when a lot of the fighting is going on in Kharkiv, close to the border, to deny Ukraine the possibility of using these weapons against legitimate military targets on Russian territory makes it very hard for them to defend themselves.
Washington has stood firm on not helping Kyiv attack Russian territory, fearing it could escalate the conflict into a wider war. But it's facing growing pressure to scrap the policy. Some NATO countries, including France and Estonia, haven't ruled out the possibility of sending troops to Ukraine. Biden says that's an area he will not budge on.
There are no American soldiers at war in Ukraine. I'm determined to keep it that way. But we are standing strong with Ukraine, and we will stand with them.
Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky continues to call on allies to help shoot down Russian missiles. This as his country suffers setbacks amid Moscow's assault on Kharkiv. On Saturday, Zelensky condemned a Russian attack on a hardware store in the northeastern region as vile. The Ukrainian president used the bombing to make a fresh appeal for help.
Okay, uh-oh, my stream software is lagging. Of course. Of course you're lagging. Makes sense. Anyways, I would just point out that the NATO chief calling for the use of allied weapons against Russia is a big escalation to this whole situation. That story did not get a lot of notice, and it could drastically change what's going on in that region if NATO troops were to start engaging in that. And I just don't know why or how we're here. Why or how we are here at this point. Well, here's one of the reasons. This is from 6 hours ago, where Putin arrived in Uzbekistan on his 3rd foreign trip of his new term. Anyway, we don't need to watch this whole thing. It's just Putin shaking a bunch of people's hands. Yeah. Talking about Acorn Cop? I do remember that. Okay. Now, on to the Middle East in general. A lot of Middle Eastern news here today. Just so much, honestly. It's a vast majority of what we're going to be covering, but in different forms. First, I wanted us to look at this, as I found this to be just a great piece. And I feel like I'm doing this sometimes to some degree myself, but after watching this, I'm thinking I should try to do it even more. This is from 12 hours ago from Al Jazeera. Asal Rad, the headline fixer. And so, just to kind of get us into this, what this woman does here is, as a historian, she goes and essentially, what's the word? Like catalogs, like all of the major media outlets, stories, and then like retitles them accurately without bias, and it's fascinating. Okay, let's look at this. I want to start this off.
My name is Asal Rad, and I am a historian of the modern Middle East. And since the beginning of this war, and actually before this war, I have been correcting headlines. As a historian, I know how...
I think I'm going to be pausing this one a lot, to be honest, but let's just look at this, because I feel like, as somebody who's constantly going through these kinds of headlines, this genuinely is very, like, to me as a person, is very important. And I wish she was editing I wish she was like running the social media for all these people, because I look at Reuters YouTube headlines constantly. I see these things. I think I saw this exact fucking headline, honestly, but the actual headline says destruction and lawlessness and red tape hobble aid as Gazans go hungry, instead of saying Israel's destruction of Gaza and red tape hobble aid to starve Palestinians.
Important narrative and storytelling is.
Because
and the way
here's
that
the thing.
Story is being told.
And she's going to go into this further, but here's the thing. You look at that.
As a
you look at it, and the fact is it it deconstructs this whole thing in a way that actually says the truth rather than obfuscating it, right? actually giving a name to who's causing the destruction, right? And instead of Gazans going hungry in a passive voice, she uses the active voice of to starve, right? The verb to starve, which is belonging to Israel and its destruction and red tape.
Historian, I know how important narrative and storytelling is. And the way that this story is being told, in the Western media especially, is not right, and it's not accurate. So I tend to focus on headlines because the reality is most people don't read beyond them. Often news content is paywalled, or people just don't have that much time within their day to dedicate to every topic. Headlines do catch the eye though, and they shape the way that people think about these issues. The framing of stories on Palestine and Israel in the Western world, and particularly the US, has always been very one-sided. These
Sorry.
World, and particularly.
Oops, no, I think I have to go back further. Yes. But yeah, instead of saying more land theft, they use the word buffer zone, as if it isn't just the occupation further of the rest of Gaza, right? This was, I think, in relation to the highway that Israel built in the middle of Gaza. Whoops.
The framing of stories on Palestine. Pattern of it happening. Then strikes. You could have added 3 letters and made it very clear that they were in fact airstrikes. There's a mention of Rafah, but no reference to the fact that it's in Gaza, that Gaza is a part of the Palestinian territories, and this might confuse people who aren't knowledgeable about the entirety of the geography. But also the fact that Rafah is the last refuge for Palestinians in the Strip is so important. I mean, that's the reason why Rafah is in the news and in the headline in the first place. You know, there might be a counter-argument that says, well, all of those details are what the entire article is for. The headline doesn't have to give all of that away. But you see that the addition of just a few words makes it very easy to bring the context into the headline. And then you can explain the details in the body of the piece. But this headline in its original form is so problematic because it attributes basically nothing to no one. You're not clear where this is taking place, you don't know what exactly happened, and you have no clue who did it.
Thursday's attack has been described as a massacre of civilians. Hundreds of starving Palestinians had gathered to collect food aid when they were attacked.
So this headline was published after the Flower Massacre, which happened in February of this year, where we saw really horrifying footage of Palestinians killed while trying to get food. The headline reads, "In chaotic scene, many are killed and wounded as Israelis open fire," which is just an absurd way of phrasing what happened. So one of the first problems with this phrasing is it makes it seem like chaos is inherent to the situation because it's Gaza, not because of the external forces, specifically the Israeli forces, that are causing the situation. Also, it wasn't a chaotic scene, it was a massacre. And to call it a chaotic scene is just an obscene way of talking about it. The headline also says, "Many are killed and wounded." They've used passive voice to describe a situation in which more than 100 starving people who are being deliberately starved, were killed. Israeli forces opened fire on them as they were trying to get food from the aid convoys. That's what happened. When you look at reporting from other conflicts, like Russia's war against Ukraine, you see the difference in language used very quickly. In this headline, how Russia is using Ukrainians' hunger as a weapon of war. You can see very clearly there's no passive voice. Russia is named as the responsible party, and the crime that is being committed by Russia is stated clearly in plain English. Also, Ukrainians are named as the victims. If you notice, I underlined that line, residents of Mariupol, Ukraine, because that's not how Palestinians in Gaza are talked about. Writers use Gazans rather than Palestinians. So Ukrainians in a specific location in Ukraine are still called Ukrainians, but in the case of Gaza, too often there are no references to Palestinians. And this goes back to the idea of how, not just in the media, but also in our political discourse, Palestine is fragmented. People might not understand that Gaza, the West Bank, East Jerusalem, they're all part of a Palestinian state. They're all Palestinian territories. And if you single out Gazans without explaining that they're Palestinians, you're essentially separating Gaza from the larger issue of Palestinian statehood and liberation. And this
Yeah, exactly. Palestinian children affected by exploding baby syndrome. Yeah, no, that's fucked up. I also haven't heard anybody say that, but I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. It's fucked. I just wanted to get us started thinking about the Middle East by thinking about the way these things are being framed. Just seemed like the right way to go about it. Alright, now let's look at this from a day ago, where a top EU diplomat has said that the EU has to choose between supporting Israel or the rule of law.
I don't want reality.
The European Union's top diplomat says the bloc will have to make a choice between supporting Israel or international institutions and the rule of law. Josep Borrell was speaking after the UN's highest court ruled that Israel had to halt its military offensive in Rafah in response to a case brought by South Africa. They've accused Israel of violating the UN Genocide Convention in Gaza. Israel has said no power on earth will stop it going after Hamas. Lucy Williamson reports now from Jerusalem.
Israel's soldiers have been ordered to push into Rafah. Israel's leaders have been ordered to stop. Footage from both sides shows the fighting as Israeli troops edge closer to the city centre. But the UN's highest court today focused on civilians, those still there, and the 800,000 who have fled.
Israel must immediately halt its military offensive and any other action in the Rafah governorate which may inflict on the Palestinian group in Gaza conditions of life that could bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part.
Israel says this is a precise and limited operation, but satellite pictures of Rafah show the destruction less than 2 weeks after the assault.
That doesn't seem very precise. That's
Today,
just
Israel's
flat.
army said it had recovered the bodies of 3 hostages from northern Gaza: Michel Nissenbaum, Oriane Hernandez, and Hanani Blanca. One member of the war cabinet.
Hold on. I gotta find where this is. I forgot that this one's kind of long unnecessarily, considering what their title was. Can't remember where they say it. I want to say it somewhere around here.
Okay, let's speak now to Joel Bainin, who is the Professor of Middle East History at Stanford University in the United States. Hello and welcome to the programme, Professor. First off, will this ruling, just the latest going against Israel in the past week, make any mark on their next actions?
It won't make an immediate difference because all of the Israeli government officials who are responsible decision makers have said clearly they aren't going to obey the ruling. So whatever it says won't make a difference in the short run.
So what is all this?
Okay, so I don't know. I can't remember where they actually say this, but essentially, I cannot remember which diplomat said it, but an EU diplomat, one of the top EU diplomats, said that the EU needs to choose between supporting Israel or the rule of law. I don't remember where they said it in this goddamn 10-minute video. Should have written it down, and that's on me. It happened, I promise. Alright, let's look at this. This is from Al Jazeera English, 12 hours ago. Why is the West divided over Palestinian statehood?
Hi, I'm Steve Clemens, and I have a question. More Western countries are recognizing Palestinian statehood. But what does that recognition actually mean? Let's get to the bottom line. In reaction to Israel's brutal war on Gaza, 3 more European countries have declared their intent to recognize Palestine as a state. The coordinated move by Ireland, by Spain, and Norway has the potential to further isolate Israel on the world stage, especially after the International Criminal Court's prosecutor applied for arrest warrants to be issued against Israeli and Hamas leaders on charges of war crimes and crimes against humanity. But amid the shakeup in global priorities sparked by the war on Gaza, U.S. policy on Israel remains unmoved. The Biden administration has been repeating the same talk about the need for a ceasefire and a two-state solution in theory, all while vetoing ceasefires, opposing recognition of a Palestinian state, and doubling down on support for Israel's war. So how much is the talk of a two-state solution just lip service? Today we're talking with Yazid Sayegh, a senior fellow at the Carnegie Middle East Center in Beirut, and he's author of Armed Struggle and the Search for State. Yazid, thank you so much for joining us today. Let me just start with the news. The International Court of Justice has come out and essentially ordered Israel to suspend its operations in Rafah and open up borders so that aid and people can flow. I'd love to get your take on how serious this order is and what it accomplishes, if anything.
Well, I think the order from the International Court of Justice is very significant. It's unambiguous. And it, basically requires Israel to cease its combat operations inside Rafah in the Gaza Strip. Now, whether that will take place depends almost entirely on whether the Biden administration seeks to give teeth to this resolution or to this judgment and to try and put meaningful pressure on the Israeli government to scale down its operations, if not to halt them entirely. And of course, what we've seen so far from the Biden administration has been to ask Israel basically to sort of minimize civilian casualties, to pace its operations in Rafah rather than to stop them or not to launch them at all. I doubt that at this point, the Biden administration is willing to put Israel under that kind of demand or that kind of pressure. However, this is going to get more and more embarrassing for the Biden administration, with the International Criminal Court's issuing of an application for arrest warrants against Israeli leaders alongside Hamas leaders just about a week ago. The ICJ's previous...
The internet's not good enough for watching me and playing online poker at the same time? Man, we gotta do something about infrastructure in this country.
Ruling earlier this year requiring Israel to demonstrate within 1 month the measures it's taking to reduce and minimize the civilian loss of life in Gaza, which my understanding is hasn't happened. So I think it's a situation where the Biden administration faces nearly 6 months more before the presidential elections, where this kind of diplomatic pressure is going to keep ratcheting up and making it ever more embarrassing for the U.S., both to pursue foreign policy objectives, for instance, in Ukraine, where it seeks support from other countries, or domestically, where Joe Biden risks losing more votes among Arab Americans, Black.
No, we're just continuing to undermine our own supposed love of international law. It's not a good look. We talk about it way too much. Uh-oh, what's happening? Oh, there we go. Alright, now... there's definitely more to this, but I don't think watching all of that is necessary. Let's talk more about the West, because we've got some real-life evidence of why the West is becoming more divided over Palestinian statehood. First, let's look at the protests that have been happening and have happened over the last, whatever, month and a half. By way of first talking about the UCLA protest. This is from 2 days ago. NBC LA. A man has been accused of attacking UCLA protesters, has now been arrested. Now, we talked about this guy. We watched a report, I think a CNN report, where they went and actually found, I think, this student's mother, and she identified him, and now he's been arrested.
We are learning more about the first arrest out of UCLA after a group of instigators showed up on campus earlier this month and attacked the pro-Palestinian encampment. That arrest, an 18-year-old booked for assault with a deadly weapon. NBC4's Alex Rozier joins us live from the campus with more. Alex?
Kathy, after the pro-Palestinian encampment was attacked, detectives started going through pictures, cell phone and surveillance video, trying to find the people responsible for the violence. And today, police announced their first arrest.
Video captured May 1st on the UCLA campus shows this masked man holding a pole. Then he throws it toward the pro-Palestinian encampment. There are also pictures showing the same man holding a metal barrier. Then he's here pulling a large red umbrella. UCLA police have arrested the masked man, 18-year-old Idan On, for felony assault with a deadly weapon. Isabella Kronberg.
It's about time. And they were there for all of this. You would think that they would have, I don't know, taken the opportunity to arrest some of those people that were doing all of these fucking violent acts on protesters, but no. No, that would be too convenient. That's just what we do for protesters, not counter-protesters. The counter-protesters against reasonable protests, those people get the free pass.
A UCLA student.
I mean, I'm glad that there's finally action being taken against those instigators, and yet at the same time, I don't think UCLA PD or UCLA administration has done nearly enough to go after the instigators.
Investigators say On is not a student, faculty, or staff at UCLA. Police arrested the teenager Thursday at a business in Beverly Hills.
He should be given a chance to explain his side of it. There might be more than we
realize.
After him right before that. You know, we just.
Senior scholar student here, John Jenkins here. He's got a hot take. Whew.
That's hot.
Okay, pal. What's his explanation? I'd love to hear it.
This is just the latest news in a long week for the university.
I wouldn't either.
On Wednesday, the school removed and reassigned Police Chief John Thomas, who faced criticism for the police response as the violence erupted on campus. On Thursday, Chancellor Gene Block testified in front of a congressional committee.
With the benefit of hindsight, we should have been prepared to immediately remove the
Okay,
encampment.
don't get ahead of
The
us.
safety of
Hey, don't get ahead of us. Don't get ahead. We got stuff. We're gonna look at that. All right. How about the police who stood by and let themselves? Right, absolutely. Oh, I mean, I think that young woman. I think she was a college student. She kind of alluded to that for sure. Okay, now let's look at this first before we look at that hearing which happened a few days ago. This is from 2 days ago from Democracy Now!, where apparently 1,000 Harvard students walked out of a commencement to support their classmates who had been barred from graduation. We talked about it earlier, but 13 Harvard students were not allowed to even graduate due to their deciding to use their free speech to support Palestinians and an end to genocide. One thing I looked up, just because of all this, I was like, how much could it possibly cost? Because it's got to be a lot. But I looked this up. According to SoFi, which is usually pretty accurate about financial things, according to them, a 4-year degree from Harvard costs approximately, wait for it, $334,152. That's right. $334,000, people. 13 people getting kicked out. Basically, we're being disallowed from graduating. That's like $4 million. Wild. Shit is wild. Okay. Yeah, let's look at this. Come on, Amy.
This news is funded by viewers like you. Please support our work at democracynow.org/give. This is Democracy Now! I'm Amy Goodman. More than 1,000 Harvard students walked out of their commencement yesterday to support 13 undergraduates who were barred from graduating after they participated in the Gaza Solidarity encampment in Harvard Yard. The students left in a long, slow procession as many chanted, "Let them walk," while others carried Palestinian flags. The students walked out of the graduation and went to a nearby church to host a people's commencement ceremony to honor the 13 undergrads denied their Harvard diplomas. Meanwhile, this is Harvard University senior Shruti Kumar, who went off script as she gave the English commencement address, slamming Harvard for denying the degrees. She read from notes that she pulled out of her graduation gown.
In the fall,
Based.
my name and identity, alongside other Black and brown students at Harvard, was publicly targeted. For many of us students of color, doxing left our jobs uncertain, our safety uncertain. This semester, our freedom of speech and our expressions of solidarity became punishable. Leaving our graduations uncertain. As I stand before you today, I must take a moment to recognize my peers. The 13 undergraduates
don't even play.
The 13 undergraduates in the class of 2024 who will not graduate today.
Ooh.
I am deeply disappointed by the intolerance for freedom of speech and the right to civil disobedience on campus. Over 1,500 students had petitioned. Nearly 500 staff and faculty had spoken up, all overwhelmingly against the unprecedented sanctions. As an American and as a Harvard graduate, for me, what is happening on campus is about liberty. This is about civil rights and upholding democratic principles. The students had spoken. The faculty had spoken. Harvard, do you hear us?
You've been censored by YouTube? That's horrible. Aren't you the one that set up the banned terms in chat?
That is Harvard University student Shruti Kumar. For more, we're joined by Allison Frank Johnson.
I mean, since you're the one who set up the banned terms in chat, I feel like in this instance, you've censored yourself.
Professor of history at Harvard University. On Monday, she joined 115 faculty members to vote to confer degrees on the 13 seniors. We're also joined by Asmer Safi, senior at Harvard College, majoring in social studies and ethnicity, migration, and rights. One of the 13 pro-Palestinian student protesters barred from graduating. He's a...
It was a baller commencement speech. I agree. It was pretty sick.
Rhodes Scholar. We welcome you both to Democracy Now! Asmer Safi, let's start with you. I'd like to say congratulations on graduating, but you didn't get to participate in that graduation in a formal way, though many might say what you did was so significant that is what's going to go down in history of this period. Can you talk about what happened and why you weren't part of the graduation in Harvard Yard?
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Amy. As part of my involvement with the Gaza Solidarity Campaign and the encampment itself, and generally my activism with the Palestine Solidarity Committee and the Harvard Out of Occupied Palestine Coalition on Harvard's campus, we've seen multiple waves of repression over the last few years, and this is, again, a problem that is not new. Particularly with regards to my involvement in the encampment itself, the university decided to put me on probation for about a year's time, so until May 17th of 2025, which essentially means that I'm a student and not in good.
I'm gaslighting you. Didn't you DM me in Discord saying that you set up the banned terms? Are you gaslight? If I'm gaslighting everybody, then it's because I've already been gaslit by you on this situation. I assumed it was already taken care of. So if it's not been, then I've been somehow led down the primrose path.
Standing and will not be allowed to get my degree, which essentially means that anything that I had planned for my postgraduate plans is something that now hangs in the balance and something that I can have no certainty over. But
do you get to keep your Rhodes Scholarship?
So as of now, my Rhodes Scholarship remains intact because the people at Rhodes House have been incredibly supportive and believe that I am, in fact, fighting the world's fight. However, as a consequence of not getting my degree on time, there are chances that I might not be able to matriculate at Oxford on time next year.
Let me ask the professor. You are one of more than 100 professors who have signed on to a demand that these 13 students graduate, Professor Allison Frank Johnson. Can you talk about what's happened to him and the bigger issue, why you're a part of this movement?
Well, I want to acknowledge, first of all, that it's the students who are really leading the movement, and the faculty are supporting students. So I'm here in support of the students rather than as a representative of a movement per se. What I wanted to do was to see the university recognize that these students have fulfilled all of the requirements for the degree, that they engaged in a peaceful protest, that the punishments that were...
So this professor is super based, okay? So her, among, I think, a number of other professors got together, scoured the, what do you call it? Like the student rules and all the legal framework relating to the college's, like code of conduct and all this stuff, and are petitioning to have their degrees instated.
Out to them were not in keeping with years, decades of precedent at Harvard University, where peaceful protest is understood to be a part of the learning process, one of the ways that students act out what we are teaching them about civil disobedience, about how to enact change, about how to move society forward, about how to encourage people to think about things that they would rather shut out of their minds. And having taken those lessons that they learn in our classrooms and applied them through taking up their right to peacefully protest in the yard, which is in fact enshrined in the university statement on rights and responsibilities, that right to protest, that they were being punished in ways that we thought were inappropriate for Harvard College. And having pursued multiple avenues to try to encourage authorities within the university to understand that from the students' perspective and from our perspective, this was an egregious departure from past precedent. We found ourselves in the unusual situation of being told that 13 students weren't going to graduate anyway. And so we looked very carefully at our rights within the university statutes and determined that as a faculty, we actually have the right to present a motion to, an amendment to the motion through which we decide which degrees to confer, adding those students' names back in. And that amendment received overwhelming support at the degree conferral meeting of the Faculty of Arts and Sciences. And so we hoped then that the corporation, as it has always done in the past, would accept our recommendations for degree recipients and allow the 13 to graduate, which they chose not to do.
Asmer Safi, you did participate, though not officially sanctioned, in the yard, the major graduation, then walked out to the People's Commencement with so many...
Sorry, I was zoning out there. Has there been a response from Harvard yet? It's not looking good.
There are hundreds of students. Would you do this again, by the way? Would you, the events that led to your being prevented at this point from getting a diploma?
Absolutely. I think, if anything, all the protesters at the Gaza Solidarity Encampment were aware of the fact that consequences and retribution on some kind of level would be imminent, regardless of what level of involvement individuals partook in when it came to the encampment itself. And I think what's important to realize here is that no one did not see some level of consequences coming our way. Just the unprecedented level and the severity with which they've been enacted were sort of surprising for us. But at the same time, I think, again, this is an ethical stance that we're taking. It's not something that is marred by circumstance, or if one time something doesn't work out, students will suddenly back down, or if one-time consequences are lashed out in a very severe fashion, students will refuse to engage in protest action. I think one thing that we have consistently seen on Harvard's campus and beyond is the fact that regardless of the severity of punishment, whether that's at Columbia, at Northeastern, at Emerson, at Northwestern recently, or at Harvard's campus itself, these things keep propping back up, and it's because...
Absolutely. Absolutely. Now, we have more to look at with regards to all of this. Quickly, I'm going to try and get us to a specific spot in all of this.
To the decline in post-secondary education
now
transpired.
If you're unaware, the House has been having a hearing on anti-Semitism on U.S. campuses. Today, or not today, was it 2 days ago? Right, Sunday. It was I think this was on Friday. they had a number of the heads of different colleges on. UCLA is one of them.
Has expired. Without objection, your material will be submitted for the record. Ms. Jayapal, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Free speech and the right to protest are foundational to our democracy, and upholding these rights without allowing them to be twisted into weapons of hate is no easy task. And nowhere, perhaps, is it more difficult than on college campuses, places that help students to think, to engage, to broaden their mindsets, and to express their ideas without violence or intimidation. Anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, anti-AAPI hate, LGBTQIA hate, and indeed all forms of hatred have no place in our society, including on college campuses. The history of protest on college campuses is mirrored in today's history. In today's protests, as college administrators, protecting all of your students and allowing your campuses to remain as communities of free debate is your responsibility. So instead of using these hearings for political bullying purposes, which is what the majority seems to do, and if you want to be embarrassed about something, perhaps be embarrassed about the fact that this majority has not been able to govern in this cycle without being saved by Democrats. I, for one, am interested in hearing and learning about what successful negotiation and de-escalation looks like in the context of protecting students and free speech. Mr. Schill, I'm a proud MBA graduate from the Kellogg School at Northwestern University. In fact, many of my courses were about negotiation and mediation. And you have described college presidents as being between a rock and a hard place in a recent op-ed. And certainly we see that.
Go full Karen and demand a refund. That's good. I like that one. It's funny.
Comments on the need to fight the scourge of anti-Semitism on our campuses and everywhere, and I appreciate your own lived experience and your work to do that. You did not.
Some people hit like twice. That's rude.
Other forms of hate that have also arisen against Palestinian, Arab, and Muslim students on your campus. Do you have the same level of commitment to fight that kind of hate against those students? And can you tell me what efforts you are taking to address safety concerns for those communities?
Absolutely. Any form of hate, any form of discrimination or harassment based upon Title VI or other rules at the university, we will investigate any complaints, and we have gotten complaints that sound in Islamophobia, and we will investigate them. We will also protect all of our students, whether on campus or off campus, and we will connect and communicate. I had a dinner for 45 Jewish kids, and I asked them about what they needed. I had a dinner for Islamic students and asked them what.
Were they Jewish kids or were they pro-Israeli kids? I would really like to know that. Because these days, these things are being bandied around as being the same thing very often, and it's honestly pretty racist. Wait, sorry. Yep.
We are a university. These are all of our students. Everyone is part of our community.
And the fact is like the continued lack of precision in the use of language in regards to this is in fact causing there to be more anti-Semitism in my estimation. But unfortunately she didn't get more time, if I'm not mistaken, to ask any more questions. Just figured we would start off discussing all of this by way of that. We got more to talk about because the fact is, this whole thing, that's what this whole thing is about, right? This whole debate or this hearing, if you will, this being held, is all about deciding what anti-Semitism is. God damn it, I can't even say it. So, whatever, you know, they're trying to define it as being, like anti-Israel, essentially. If you're against the state of Israel, you're anti-Semitic, right? And it is not what we need to help in this situation. It's not only counterfactual, right? But it is also, I mean, I feel like that's all we really should need is the fact that it is in fact counterfactual. But well, what just happened? Wait, can you still hear me? Hopefully people can hear me. My sound just switched. But yeah, it's just you know, it's gonna basically make all the pro-Palestinian protesters potentially, like legally speaking, like anti-Semitic or whatever you want to say, like, and committing hate speech potentially on campuses, which, you know, like, this is wild. It is fucking wild to think that we're even, you know, that they would be trying to do this. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. You don't have work tomorrow. Yeah, it's Memorial Day, pal. Yeah, it's happening. That's what's happening. Unless, I don't know, maybe it's not normal. You can't hear me anymore? Oh, it's bad. Oh, that's bad. Uh-oh. Hold on. Can you now hear me? Hold. Please hold. Am I really not being heard? It's bad. Is there no audio? Wait, you can hear me? Oh. Oh, it's just Soul Life gaslighting me. Thanks, Soul Life. I appreciate that. Thank you. Very funny. Very funny. Okay, now let's listen to high heel wearing individual by the name of Ron DeSantis, who, according to him, has upheld the rule of law and combated pro-Palestinian campus protesters.
Illegal.
Strong, solid education. And in the state of Florida, whether it's kindergarten, whether it's 8th grade, 12th grade, whether it's in our universities, we don't want any of the indoctrination in the state of Florida. I'm sorry.
This guy sucks.
And you think about what's happened at some of these universities. You look at places like Columbia University, you look at Harvard University, and they basically let the inmates run the asylum. They can go and you can demonstrate in favor of Hamas. You can take over.
Oh,
property,
Hamas,
you can
really?
pitch a tent and just set up.
Wow, dude. Really? You can go and support Hamas? This guy is just wild. Oh, God, I hate you, Rhonda.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
I hate you, Ron DeSantis, and I don't appreciate you very much. You and your... Why can't you just tell us that you wear high heels? I don't understand. You wear them and that's okay, and it makes you feel fancy. Just tell us and stop hiding behind this podium. You suck so much. Look, I think they, I think they make him look fancy, and he should just tell us about it. That's all I want. But seriously, like, come on, man. The protesters at Florida State, he like sent he didn't literally send the National Guard in, but there were not that many down there, and they like immediately removed them by way of police force. Fucking garbage. It's a garbage place. Well, not all of Florida, but Ron DeSantis just makes it worse. There's probably a few good Floridians out there. I don't want to condemn all Floridians. All right, let's look at this. Ilhan Omar held a press conference outside of Congress, and I figured we'd listen to part of this. This is from 13 hours ago. Go web, go.
Thank you all for having me. Thank you to UAW for gathering university faculty and union members to be here with us. Thank you for your bravery and your testimony. The hearing we just witnessed was done under the guise of protecting Jewish students on college campuses. These hearings are thinly veiled attacks on higher education in itself, and one of the most fundamental democratic rights, free speech. Let's be clear. Jewish students, like every other student, deserves to be protected and to feel safe on campus. However, purposefully labeling legitimate, peaceful anti-war protests as anti-Semitism is not only misguided, but it is dangerous.
Exactly.
It muddies the...
Fucking exactly.
I don't want reality.
Oh my god. That's what I was trying to say, but she says it so much better.
And prevents us from identifying and fighting real acts of hate and bigotry. We have to be unequivocal that it is not anti-Semitic to critique the policies and the military actions or the government of Israel. It is also not anti-Semitic to voice support for Palestinian people who have faced decades of oppression, displacement, and the violation of their human rights under the Israeli occupation, apartheid, and the genocide that's currently being carried out. Yet campus protests expressing these views have been inaccurately portrayed by university administrators and even some of my colleagues in Congress as causing chaos and spreading hatred. These protests that we have seen on campus across this nation overwhelmingly express solidarity with the Palestinian people and are in opposition to the genocide we have witnessed for months. The truth is, the ability to freely explore ideas and express viewpoints, even controversial ones, is what allows universities to fulfill their role as a higher place for learning. Undermining this freedom is an attack on higher education in itself. Faculty
wait, how far are we in? 3 hours in. How much more do we have to discuss? Oh boy. Oh, I was hoping we could watch this whole freaking speech from her because it's so fucking good. You calling me fair and balanced? Look, I know there's some people in this chat who live in southern states, and I don't condemn them for living in those states. That's all I'm saying. You know, I'm not saying that Florida doesn't have some problems, right? But I'm sure there's some good Floridians out there, and to any Floridians who might potentially be in this chat or find this chat at some time in the future, I embrace you in becoming a space fan. Okay, what was I doing? Alright, and now I'm just monologuing and not moving forward. We could have been listening to Ilhan Omar, but we have a bunch of other stuff to look at here today. A lot happening. First, let's look at this. This is from a day ago, where the Palestinian and Italian prime ministers met in Rome. And in fact, Italy has now resumed its funding of UNRWA, which they had rescinded previously. What's happening? Is everybody's internet going down? Are you being attacked right now from space? This is bad. This is bad. We lost Mo Nope. It's so sad. I'm shocked to see Soul Life awake at this hour. It's impressive. But yeah, I do hope everything's fine with everyone. Okay, yes. Italy has resumed its funding of UNRWA after having rescinded it months ago now, after the accusations laid out by Israel, which were never substantiated, I would point out. Alright, this is just them walking around, looking fancy. Let's go to this next one. Of course we remember you. Silly. A silly question.
Italy became the latest country on Saturday to resume funding for the United Nations Palestinian Relief Organization, UNRWA. It made the announcement on a visit to Rome by Palestinian Prime Minister Mohammed Mustafa. Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni told Mustafa that Italy supported efforts towards a sustainable ceasefire in Gaza, the release of Israeli hostages held by Hamas, and improved humanitarian aid for the people of Gaza, her office said in a statement. Italy was one of a number of countries to block aid for UNRWA.
We'll also remember you, Brandy Nuance, of course.
Following accusations by Israel that some of the agency's staff...
A lot of storms, a lot of solar storms recently. Oh yeah, we have. That's a good point.
...were involved in the October 7th Hamas attack on Israel that triggered the Gaza war. The step came a day after...
They are constantly... I feel like they must have like a pre-recording of that to just like interject into basically every video possible. Hey, remember that attack Hamas did on October 7th? Don't forget. Hamas. Okay, alright. Now, let's look at this. Before we actually discuss stuff that's happening in actual, well, actually no, there's going to be some of that too. But all right, let's just discuss Egypt, okay? How's that sound? Let's discuss Egypt a little bit here with Democracy Now. go.
This news is funded by viewers like you. Please support our work at democracynow.org/give. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. As we talk about student uprisings here in the United States on university campuses in solidarity with Palestine and against Israel's war on Gaza, in Egypt, which borders Gaza, students are being imprisoned for being in solidarity with Palestine. Earlier this month, 2 students were jailed on terrorism charges after they were forcibly disappeared following expressions of solidarity with Palestinians. The 2 students are just the latest in a wave of arrests targeting protesters and activists in Egypt organizing to show support for Palestine. We're now joined by Hassem Bakat, one of Egypt's leading human rights advocates. The executive director of the Egyptian Initiative for Personal Rights, also worked as an investigative journalist for the...
I was kind of shocked to hear that people were being put in jail for protesting in Egypt over this whole thing. Like, what? Egypt? Come on.
Media outlet Madamasser. He was banned from traveling outside Egypt for the past 8 years. His assets were also frozen as part of an Egyptian government crackdown on human rights NGOs. In March, Egyptian authorities finally...
Amy has some great pieces about it. She has a serious jacket game, for sure. She's got all the jackets.
...closed the case against his group and other human rights groups and lifted the travel ban. Hassem Bakat joins us now in our New York studio. It's great to see you here in the United States. I last saw you in Sharm el-Sheikh at the UN Climate Summit. You could go there because Sharm el-Sheikh is in Egypt, but you couldn't travel outside. Can you talk about the latest news? Now Israel's taken over the Rafah border with Egypt, but the students, Egyptian students who are protesting, being disappeared by the Egyptian government.
Thank you, Amy. It's good to be back here, and it's good to see you again. We see, of course, the arrest of these 2 students in a broader context of a crackdown that started really as early as October, the first month of the war, on pro-Palestinian voices. My organization has documented since then over 120 arrests in a number of different governorates throughout the country. All of them were presented to state security prosecution, were charged under the terrorism law of belonging to illegal organizations and spreading false information. The vast majority of them for having participated in spontaneous or pre-planned protests, really stands to chant for Palestine against the war, but some of them were arrested even for perfectly legal acts, even by the standards of Egypt.
Okay. Hold on. There's more of this that I want us to hear, but can't listen to the whole thing.
Role in the siege of Gaza since October 7th?
Since October 7th, Egypt has done one thing right, which is, of course, to speak out and stand against the ideas, the plans, the very real possibilities of the forced displacement of the people of Gaza into Sinai, into Egypt. And we and many others supported this Egyptian position. However, at the same time, we felt that, you can do that and at the same time, fulfill Egypt's legal obligations under international law, but also as a neighboring country, but also as Egypt. This is Palestine, right? But more importantly, in the interest of Egypt's national security concerns, that Egypt should have done so much more. So what we saw from the very beginning is that in order for the Egyptian government to preserve this red line of no displacement of Gazans into Sinai and prevent the reoccupation of Gaza, Egypt has basically accepted every term that Israel imposed on it, and to a degree really of actual collusion. I don't want to say complicity, and that included, of course, giving Israelis complete control on the vetting of who comes out of Gaza, even the humanitarian cases, even the foreign citizens, the binationals, the international organization staff, even Egyptians stranded in Gaza trying to come home, run away from the war. The Egyptians still sent their names to COGAT, the Israeli military occupation forces, for prior vetting. Egypt has denied access into Gaza to the international media, to Egyptian media, to human rights investigators. They have not been allowed by the Egyptian side. And when I say this, of course, I know that Egypt is only in charge of the Egyptian side of the border, but why do Israel's bidding by denying them, at the Egyptian side? I mean, let them go in and let Israel deal with them, or turn them back, or block access, or maybe they would be allowed. Our participation in the mechanism of the so-called inspection of humanitarian aid, accepting the entire Israeli operation, that has really led to this man-made famine situation we are in right now.
Now, supposedly, they are now opening the Rafah border for humanitarian aid with Egypt. But I think it's a fair point that Egypt has essentially gone along with all of Israel's demands, and I think it's worth remembering that they really didn't. They did more than nothing, right? They did. They actively kind of, went along with Israel's plans with the way aid and humans moving across the border is dealt with, thereby sort of continuing Israel's policy even outside of its actual control. And it's unfortunate. Alright, let's look at this. Because we've been talking about recognition of Palestinian statehood and protests. Talked about Egypt, but some stuff has happened over the last, 20 hours, less than that, honestly. But let's start with this, where IDF starts pounding Gaza as Hamas says it has captured an Israeli soldier. This is from 12 hours ago.
There is at least one undisputed reality on the ground in Gaza. Air and artillery raids have been intense across the enclave. The Israeli army has released footage saying it has hit Hamas targets and evacuated bodies of hostages from underground tunnels. On Saturday night, Hamas released its own video, showing this time a man wearing a uniform being dragged in what looks like a tunnel, and weapons. The spokesman of Hamas's armed wing said its fighters have captured at least one soldier in an underground ambush.
Our fighters lured a Zionist force into a tunnel in the Jabalia camp and ambushed them inside the tunnel and at its entrance. Then, our fighters attacked the reinforcement force that rushed to the scene with explosives, hitting them directly.
So yeah, at the same time, as Hamas captured an Israeli soldier, they also launched a wave of missiles into Tel Aviv for the first time in months. I'd point out, that's in one of these headlines here. First time in months that Tel Aviv has seen anything like this, so.
Well, let's remind you of the breaking news we've been getting in the last few minutes. We've been hearing that the Israeli military sounded sirens in Tel Aviv after rockets were fired from the Gaza Strip. We're showing you some of the latest pictures we're getting in. Now, this is the first time that those sirens have sounded in months. It's still unclear where the rockets have fallen or if any have been intercepted. Let's get the latest from Hani Mahmoud. He joins us from Deir al-Balah in central Gaza. Hani, I believe we have heard from Hamas. They're saying they launched some kind of massive missile attack from Tel Aviv. What do we know right now?
Yes, well, so far we learned from the state.
I swear, every time I see this guy, it makes me happy, just because he's still alive. He's been doing this since day one. Same spot.
Yes, well, so far we learned from the statements issued by Hamas, that's its military wing, Al-Qassam Brigade, that they launched a barrage of rockets. And let me tell you something. Here we could see the trails of smoke from a distance here as these rockets were fired. But as look at some of the pictures that were attached with the statement, the rocks in fact were fired from Rafah, the eastern part of Rafah city, very close to the vicinity of the crossing. That's an area that has been under the Israeli military for the past 18 days. The Israeli military and its occupying forces on the ground has been operating aggressively in the area and made it clear that they are in control, and they have pretty much cleared the area from the presence of any militants or fighters on the ground or Hamas associate. That's according to Israeli statements. And all of a sudden we see now this barrage of rockets being fired from that particular area. It just put a huge question mark on these statements and the Israeli narrative of clearing areas from Palestinians fighting a group or having a military control. We've seen these patterns of narrative taking place in the northern part, in Gaza City, and more in Khan Yunis, at the eastern part of it, repeating itself over and over. The Israeli military sound.
Okay. Now, let's look at a few different videos here about this. First, let's look at this one from TRT.
Well, this attack appears to have been launched from Rafah in the south of the Gaza Strip, where the Israeli military is currently engaged in a major operation against what it claims are the final Hamas brigades, its final stronghold in Gaza. We have seen other rocket attacks recently, but they haven't traveled as far, and this is the farthest attack we've seen for 4 months against Tel Aviv, and the fact that Hamas is now threatening Israel's major population centers like this could have some impact on policy. It's interesting to speculate what that might be. We've seen escalating protests in favor of releasing the hostages recently in Israel, so it might galvanize efforts to accelerate ceasefire talks, especially if
Shorts chat. We don't have shorts chat. I think BCat's referring to NCC's chat, which I'm pretty sure. I think her stream is still going, or it was going last time I checked. She went for like forever today, as usual.
the public's now being threatened by spillover from Gaza with these sorts of attacks. Conversely, it might strengthen the hand of hawks in the Israeli cabinet, the likes of Mr. Smotrich and Ben Gvir, who for weeks have been urging the Israeli military to move in with a full-blown operation on Rafah. So there could be calls to escalate the operation in Rafah if these kinds of rocket attacks continue like this. The Israeli military had expected this, it seems, a few days ago. ago, they'd warned there could be rocket attacks from Rafah.
Okay. Now, let's go to this one, where apparently, I find it interesting that Channel 4 has actually done a little bit of what we were talking about before in terms of titles, but has actually done the reverse of that and told us the whole story. So this is from 9 hours ago from Channel 4 News. Hamas launches rockets at Tel Aviv after 81 people are killed in Gaza. Wow. Actual context for a title? Wild.
The entrance to this shelter in Gaza City is hardly reassuring. This eyewitness says families were killed by Israeli missiles as they baked bread. But no one's left the camp. What can they do? Apart from wash away the remains, bury the dead, and wait out another day. The Health Ministry says 81 bodies were brought to the hospital over the past 24 hours, and Gazans are once again asking the same question.
We were in the schools in the camp. They threw bombs at us and burned down the classrooms. They burned the tents. A handicapped girl was killed in the tent. Isn't this awful? We came here and we saw catastrophes. We want to flee, but we do not know where to go. Where can we go?
There are few answers. Intense fighting has returned to northern Gaza. Yet again, the donkey carts are piled up high. Families displaced so many times they've lost count.
Seriously. People keep getting displaced in their own fucking country over and over again, between getting bombed and shot at and starved, having their homes desecrated and their whole way of life upended. It's just nuts. Anyways, I just thought it was interesting that Channel 4 News actually gave us real context within a title and in the first minute of a video for anything that Hamas does, let alone a rocket attack. I mean, if that was not on my bingo card for today, to be honest. But hey, nice surprise. Okay, well, not the actual contents of it aren't good, but you get what I'm saying. Okay, I'm moving on to this. Let's talk about this because all of this has happened within the last 24 hours. We were just talking about all these strikes that Israel has done, as well as Hamas striking back. This is all in the wake of the ICJ and the ICC. I mean, they're obviously different. The ICC are the ones who are seeking the arrest warrants of Hamas, of Hamas and of Benjamin Netanyahu and Yoav Gallant. The ICJ just ruled that the operations in Rafah must cease, as well as a number of other, according to them, genocidal actions that Israel has been taking and they need to stop doing. However, in the wake of all that, they have decided to continue bombing the rest of Gaza. So what does that all mean? Let's ask that question for a little bit of time. First, this is from 2 days ago. Somewhat foreshadowing, I think. This is from CBS News. Israel unlikely to comply with the UN court order over Rafah. CBS News. Okay, here we go.
The UN's top judicial body has ordered Israel to halt military operations in Rafah, where thousands of Palestinians have taken shelter. CBS News foreign correspondent Imtiaz Tayyab has more on the response from Israeli leaders. Imtiaz.
Well, Israel's response was ferocious as it carried out a massive bombing campaign across Rafah, making it clear it won't stop its military operation there. And while the ICJ, which is also investigating Israel for, quote, plausible genocide, it also said 800,000 Palestinians have been displaced since Israeli forces launched an offensive there earlier this month, triggering a humanitarian situation the court has called disastrous. Now, the court also called on the Israeli government to reopen the Rafah border crossing. And just hours later, it was announced President Biden has secured a commitment from Egypt to resume deliveries of UN aid into Gaza through the Kerem Shalom crossing in Israel. Now, this is after tons of food on the Egyptian side of the crossing started to rot. And as U.S. officials admit, the $320 million U.S. military-constructed floating pier is not operating as planned, according to
$320 million. And I heard that number because I don't remember hearing that number when they were first talking about this. We really spent $320 fucking million on this goddamn pier. Are we joking? Are we joking right now with that? $1 out of every American's pocket for the pier that we already knew before making it that it wasn't going to be enough, and now it's not even doing what it was not going to be enough for to do. What the fuck are we talking about? Jesus Christ.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
So far, just 70 truckloads have been delivered since it became operational 1 week ago, far short of the 150 truckloads a day the Biden administration had promised. Now, many of the deliveries have been swarmed by hungry Palestinians. And as Israel continues to widen its offensive across all of Gaza, the remains of 3 hostages were found in the northern Jabalia refugee camp. They've been identified as Hanan Jabal.
By the way, they end this last 30 seconds that CBS News has of this video. They use that to tell us about October 7th. We're not going to listen to it, but it's amazing. And like I was saying before, I swear to God, these mainstream media outlets have some sort of recording of what happened October 7th, pre-recorded, you know, just ready to go. And they just shoot it in at the end of every video just to make sure that we don't forget what happened on October. How could we forget? Seriously. How could we ever possibly forget? I don't understand. Why do we need to be told every time in the end of every story? It's not... At this point, it just feels fucked. Like, it just seems like... aggressive. Something. Alright, now let's get into this a little bit deeper. This is from CBC from 8 hours ago. Oh, God. Forgot about this goddamn interview. Oh, this one pissed me off. Okay, everybody. I'm sorry, this one might make everyone here angry to one degree or another. But, wait, is this Riyad Mansour? I think that's who this is. I think that's what his name is. He's a Palestinian ambassador to the UN. Who is that? I think it's Riyad Mansour. Yeah, Riyad Mansour. Okay, so they had CBC News, the Canadian broadcasting company, had Riyad Mansour, the Palestinian ambassador to the UN, on for an interview, and then, let's watch this.
Thanks for joining us on this Sunday. Rocket sirens sounded across central Israel this morning for the first time in months. Hamas says it fired a rocket attack toward Tel Aviv today, a first in 4 months. The IDF says at least 8 rockets were launched from Rafah. Earlier today, Around 200 aid trucks started entering Gaza through the southern Kerem Shalom crossing after the U.S. and Egypt reached an agreement on that.
Sorry.
The Rafah crossing, which had been the main
Sorry, hold on. We don't need her to tell us about all this. Let's go to the interview. Well, at least up to here. Yeah.
Palestinian ambassador to the UN, and in a Canadian exclusive, I asked him about the International Court of Justice's decision, the path to a two-state solution, and what he wants to see from Canada. Ambassador Mansour, thank you so much for being here.
You're very welcome. Thank you for having me.
Yes, of course. The International Court of Justice on Friday ordered Israel to immediately put an end to its military operation in Rafah. As you well know, the court doesn't have any kind of police force to enforce this. So I wonder what your
Jesus Christ. First question. Hey, you know about how they told old BB to not attack Rafah? Well, you know how that's meaningless and bullshit, and how what do you expect exactly from Israel after a meaningless court tells them to not attack Rafah? For fuck's sake, this woman is a freaking travesty. Travesty against journalism.
In terms of the impact it will have on the ground.
I mean, she is.
It is.
I mean, don't get me wrong. There's some truth to what she's saying, but this is just the beginning. Okay, she's gonna be pushing back hard on Riyad Mansour throughout this interview in a way I found to be distasteful.
It has a moral, massive power, and all of us who are party to stopping the crime of genocide from taking place accepted the mandatory judgment of the ICJ. So it is our duty, all of us, including Israel, which is a member, including us,
yes,
and we are a member as well, to implement the orders of the ICJ in this regard. And today, the order from the ICJ is telling Israel to stop the military operation in Rafah, to open Rafah crossing, to allow for humanitarian assistance to take place at scale, to stop the forced transfer, whether inside Gaza or outside, and also to allow international UN bodies to enter the Gaza Strip and to conduct freely and independently investigations about the potential crimes of genocide against the Palestinian people in the Gaza Strip, among other issues that they raised in the order that the ICJ.
Is it just me, or does she seem like super uncomfortable, like during this interview? Right? Doesn't it? I mean, you can already feel like she kind of wants to get in there and push back on everything he's saying. Like, oh, war crimes. What do you mean? Whoops.
And they gave Israel 1 month to report on the implementation of these orders.
Let me talk about the other sort of big development that happened last week and will happen really officially next week, and that is Norway, Ireland, and Spain officially recognizing a Palestinian state. Why do you think these countries are choosing to make this recognition now? How significant is that for you?
It is very significant. These countries came to the conclusion that they want to invest in peace and saving the two-state solution. The dominant thinking was among Europeans for a long period of time, wait till the negotiation is completed between the Palestinians and the Israelis, and then issues of recognition and admission will follow. Now, there has been shift in that thinking, and many European countries, and there will be more, who are saying that this is the time to invest in peace and saving the two-state solution. Instead of waiting until the end of the process, let us recognize the state of Palestine, admit it to membership.
Yeah, I've seen her a number of occasions. I think, is it Rosemary Barton? Is that her name? She has the charm of a potato. She's on CBC every night. I love that. Hilarious.
Beginning of the process as an investment in peace and saving the two-state solution. We appreciate that, and we're grateful for that. We expect more countries in Europe and in other parts of the world, including in Asia, and here I'm referring to New Zealand, Australia, Japan, and South Korea. These 4 countries voted among the 143 countries that voted in favor of the resolution adopted, asking the Security Council to reconsider the admission of the State of Palestine. It's very unfortunate that Canada abstained on that resolution and did not join the other 2 sisterly countries, New Zealand and Australia. We will continue courting Canada. We
She
believe
hates
that
that.
Canada
She
should
hates that.
also follow the same path. We had good, constructive discussions with their representative as we were negotiating the language of the resolution, which was adopted in the General Assembly, united for peace by 143 countries versus only 9 countries that voted against.
You know that was a shift, of course, for Canada even to get to the point of abstaining in that vote. There was a shift in policy. But I do want to ask you about President Biden, who obviously supports a two-state solution, but he does not believe that Palestinian independence should come as part of a negotiation. It should come, rather, as part of a negotiation between parties, not through this unilateral recognition.
Unilateral. Listen to that word, unilateral. The thing about unilateral is that it's singular, and we're talking about multiple countries. I think at least 8 have been listed. 3 have already made it clear that they have recognized Palestine as a state now. It's wild that she would even frame it this way. What does unilateral mean to her exactly?
Countries. How do you convince the United States to move in that direction? And what does it mean for the U.S. to say, we don't think that this is the right way forward?
We disagree with the United States in that formulation.
Yes.
Recognition of states of other states, this is unilateral. It is sovereign right of any state to recognize any other state. All those of you who recognize the State of Israel was unilateral and was a sovereign right of you when you decided that you wanted to recognize the State of Palestine. So when we have Spain, Ireland, and Norway to act normally in the same manner as they acted with Israel, there is nothing wrong with that. This is congruent with how countries behave on the basis of their sovereign right to make decisions, including decisions of recognizing other states.
Right.
Now, with regard to the United States, this approach was tried for a long period of time. It was tried since Oslo, more than 30 years ago, to have the recognition of the State of Palestine and its admission at the end of the process. Now we don't have a process, and the situation is much worse. It doesn't make sense to continue trying something that did not deliver and did not succeed, expecting different results. Now, European thinking is shifting, and also global thinking, that let us recognize the state, admit it to membership at the beginning of the process, while we are willing and ready to negotiate all final status issues, borders, Jerusalem, refugees, settlements, water, and so on and so forth, between us and the Israelis. But let us be equal, 2 equal states, member of the United Nations, negotiating all the issues that they should negotiate in order to end the occupation and to implement the global consensus on the two-state solution, which Canada is supportive of this global consensus.
How does it, Ambassador, though, complicate things right now, things that are happening right now? And that is a ceasefire, the release of hostages,
This is so annoying. How does it complicate it? This is wild. I can't believe that these are the questions. I mean, some of them are decent, important questions to ask, but the way that she's framing them, it's just so, it seems so confrontational, right? Like, unnecessarily so. Like, and the fact is that recognizing Palestine as a state should be the opposite of complicating it. It should be, in fact, making it more clear, because there's more clear rules around actual states. Anyway, oh dang, got space racers out there. You'd eat the shit out of a potato right now. Potato does sound pretty good. Alright, now let's look real quick at, well, a few things. Protests in Israel, activists in Israel, and aid getting to Gaza through Israel. Let's do it in that order. Go, web, go.
Israel has banned Al Jazeera from reporting from there, so let's go to Sada Haidat, who joins us now from the Jordanian capital, Amman. And Sada, I know we've been keeping a close eye on these protests throughout the evening in Tel Aviv, but in the last half hour or so, they've turned from what was relatively peaceful to quite violent clashes between protesters and police.
Yeah. That's right, Tom. I'm just looking at the pictures here. Obviously, as you were saying, we can't report from there because we've been banned, but we have been covering these protests right from when they first started, certainly when the families of those held captive were gathering in what's known as Hostage Square in Tel Aviv. We were there all of the time that we were covering those protests on Saturday. They started off relatively peaceful, and certainly this is the first time, if you're looking on your screens now, you'll see the horses turning up. They've already brought out the water, dirty water known as skunk water as well, tanks. And also we've been seeing some protesters being arrested, and that's because they're blocking one of the main intersections in Tel Aviv, in central Tel Aviv, in fact. And that's something a lot of the anti-government protesters and those that are protesting.
Oh my god, all the potato and Chipotle talk right now. It's making me very hungry, okay? Chipotle taco, potatoes. My god, I don't know if I can even get through this stream right now. You're killing me. Okay. Anyway. That, as you can see, tensions in Israel are heating up pretty drastically. People are, as more hostages are found dead and less is done about actual peace talks, which are, I would point out, the #1 way that Israel has gotten hostages back. Since the Israeli government is not doing any of that, people are getting pissed off because they want the hostages back. Now, we've talked about it before, but I'll point it out again. Many of those protesters, not all, but many, most, are not against the war in Gaza. And that is, well, the genocide, excuse me, war in Gaza. I've been reading too many fucking MSM headlines over here. Good God.
I don't want reality.
All right. Let's move on now to peace activists in Israel who are protecting Gaza-bound aid convoys from being attacked by Israeli extremists. This is from 3 days ago, coming out of DW News. We need more stories like this right here.
Israeli activists continue to try protecting aid convoys headed for Gaza from attacks by extremist Jewish settlers. Before the war, 500 truckloads of supplies a day sustained Gaza's population. Due to strict security checks and the attacks, far fewer trucks now cross into the territory. DW's Aya Ibrahim reports from Takumia Crossing, where right-wing activists have been vandalizing aid convoys en route from Jordan through the West Bank.
These Israelis aren't going on a day trip. They're on a mission. They want to make sure that aid for Gaza makes it there safely. But when they get to the junction, food is already scattered on the ground.
We've arrived at the site of an attack by Israeli extremists on an aid convoy meant for starving civilians in Gaza. And as you can see behind me, activists are now busy trying to save really what can be saved from that food.
They're encouraged by the effect they've had.
Because we were here and we made the police come here as well, and we encouraged the police to do whatever needed to stop them, we can see that only few of the boxes were falling down, and most of the thing in the truck continue to Gaza.
We've also seen the police try to come between the activists and the attackers who, even as the police is standing right next to them, continue vandalizing the food as it lays on the pavement.
They are full of hate right now, and they acting as if they don't care that people die from anger. This is not the country we want to be. We are not leaving this checkpoint till the settlers will leave the area, and we'll make sure that all the trucks will go and bring food to Gaza.
The police officers on site refused to give us an interview on camera, but said that on that day, they arrested at least 2 people in connection with the attack whose aftermath we witnessed. A few days earlier, near this checkpoint, there was a violent attack on another aid convoy. Activists there said Israeli soldiers did nothing to stop the vandalism.
Nope.
Extremist settlers have been waging attacks like these regularly in Israel. A report by the Guardian newspaper even suggests that some members of state security tip off attackers ahead of time about the location of aid convoys.
I'd point out that this is why I always make the distinction when we talk about the Israeli protest that some Israelis are in fact both protesting getting the hostages back and also protesting getting aid there. But unfortunately, that number of people, that Venn diagram is too small. It's much, 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 much too small. Makes me sad. But this is at least one of the stories I feel like we really do need to see.
It was violence like that which inspired this group of activists to organize their Solidarity Guard.
It's not only the question of what
our like numbers are doing what? It sounds like there's been some contention over likes. I'm not sure what's going on there, but apparently YouTube is being as good as always, just super functional and not having any problems. If my YouTube overlords are listening.
Going on in Gaza, it's a question of our society and which kind of a society we are going to be. Are we going to be a society that will allow hunger and famine and destruction and death to be celebrated, or are we going to stand against it and to say we are human, we are fighting for our own humanity?
It's infuriating, the fact that we...
Oh my god, that's the most base sign. Oh my god. I love this lady. Oh my god, we need... Wow. Just wow. Do you see this sign? This Israeli woman is standing over here outside the border with a sign that says, "From the river to the sea, food is a necessity." It's amazing. This is an amazing sign. This is the best sign I've ever seen. I need 10 million of these signs right now. It's a fantastic sign. Food is a necessity, not just from the river to the sea, actually. It's everywhere in the world, but in this particular ban her? Wow, we can't ban her from chat. She's not even in chat. We can't do that. It's ridiculous. It's a ridiculous suggestion. I won't have it. Alright, let's move on. Now let's look at this from 9 hours ago, where hundreds of aid trucks are entering southern Gaza through the alternate Israeli crossing. Sound like Mitch McConnell over here, losing my consciousness while I speak.
For the first time in months, Hamas has hit Israel with fresh rocket attacks. The militant group says it launched a large barrage of projectiles on Tel Aviv from Rafah today. Journalist Iris Mackler is here now with the details from Jerusalem. Iris, bring us up to speed here about what we know.
What we know.
Shut up, we don't need this. God damn it. Aid.
Escalation came hours after aid trucks entered Gaza from southern Israel through a new agreement to bypass the Rafah crossing with Egypt. What can you tell us about that?
That's right. Hundreds of trucks were lined up outside the Rafah crossing since Israel took that crossing on May the 6th. Nothing has gone in. Now they've moved, it's not far, 5 kilometres down the road to an Israeli border crossing, and they're going in from there. Some 200 trucks apparently ready to go in because much of the food, especially the fresh...
You know, everybody had to tell us about those 8 rockets. Exactly, FG, you get it. Every news outlet has to tell us in every story about those 8. It's basically the new October 7th. We can't forget October 7th, as that's when history started, but this is the new one, and we will not be forgetting this for weeks to come.
The others has already spoiled. We have heard from Palestinian sources inside the Gaza Strip that 8 trucks have gone in with fuel and cooking gas, and that is significant because what's coming in from the other pier, the floating pier that the US has set up, is a smaller amount of aid. It's more expensive to get in, and it doesn't come in the same quantities. So everybody is in favour and advocating for aid to come in via land through the old system, through these border crossings. However, the problem...
Yeah, no kidding. Everybody's been saying that for forever now. Just over and over and over again. Turns out that everybody who was already on the ground analyzing the situation was right. That is so weird. Doesn't even make sense. How does that happen?
Distribution. What we're hearing from UNRWA, the UN Refugee Agency, is that once it gets in, it's hard to get it out. It's hard to get it out to people because there's a war on. It's hard to get it out, especially to something like...
It's hard to get it out to people because people are being ethnically cleansed. Actively. They're being displaced constantly and bombed constantly. Maybe, you know, stop calling it a goddamn war, please. Thank you.
Palestinians estimated to be on the coast, having fled Rafah. How do you...
Like for real. Like, they want to call it a war. Then, and the fact is like, look, 8 rockets, they turn into the new October 7th, 0 casualties, 0 injuries, and yet, you know, it's just, this is consistent framing from CBC, and it's frustrating. But it is at least important for us to know they were the only people that even mentioned the fact that aid was actually getting... A whole bunch of aid was getting in now, finally, after the opening of that crossing, as it wasn't clear yet whether that happened. There was talks of it happening, but now it's clear. Okay, now, where are we? Okay, so we talked about how the ICJ has told Israel unequivocally that they cannot do what they're doing in Rafah. In fact, no Rafah at all, among other things that they're currently doing. However, in contravention of any of that, Israel has decided to go ahead and start attacking Rafah some more, which they've been doing now for weeks, even though that's the place they told everybody to go. It was just a giant refugee camp. Now it's just a sort of a scattering of a refugee camp and people hiding in buildings. It's really, it's wild that they have decided that this is the plan, but hey, This is from 9 hours ago, where you can see blast and smoke rising above Gaza's skyline as the Israeli army continues its operation. Good IFG. They did start 2 separate stories on CBC with the same information, didn't they? I didn't even notice that, and I've watched this multiple times. Good catch. Jesus Christ. So yeah, you can see multiple explosions happening. This one right here, you can already see that these multiple fires, and there was another one over here to the right, but they just panned left. So yeah, all out attack on southern Gaza. And you know what? We are actually, that was our penultimate video we just watched there. This is our final video. Really great job, everybody, for making it this far. This is from Al Jazeera from 7 hours ago. Israel kills dozens of Palestinians sheltering at a displacement camp in Rafah. So yeah, doing everything the ICJ said not to all at once.
We're breaking into programming now to take you to Rafah, where at least 28 people have been killed in an Israeli strike in northwestern Rafah. The tents of displaced people sheltering in the city near United Nations Relief Agency warehouses were hit. Now, the injured have been taken to the city's Kuwait hospital. Eyewitnesses reported that the tents of the displaced people caught fire after the shelling. Hind Al-Qadri is on the phone for us now from Deir al-Balah. And can you just bring us up to date with the latest from this airstrike there in northwestern Rafah?
Okay, so the Israeli forces targeted a makeshift tent with 8 Israeli airstrikes. This is a place where was classified by the Israeli forces as a humanitarian area, and it was safe, as they claimed.
Wait. Hold on. Don't be upset. I know it's the final video, but we still have plenty of other stuff going on. Of course, you have the super secret live stream at the end. But today, you can't forget, is the first Galactic UN vote, and that has not taken place. That happens at the end of the stream. You have to make it all the way to the end to vote. I basically filibuster for 4 hours so that only the most dedicated people are here to vote.
God
damn it.
Killed. We have been seeing footage emerging online. We see how the bodies of people have been burned. We're talking about 28 Palestinians, and the number is likely to increase because the ambulances and the civil defense teams are still transferring those Palestinians into the hospitals. There's only one hospital currently facilitating in Rafah, which is the Kuwaiti hospital that only has 8 beds. But we also knew that some of the injuries are also being transferred to the IMC field medical point. Again, this was a target for a makeshift tent near the UNRWA logistics base in Tal Sultan. It's located in the western part of Rafah. The targets were tents, makeshift tents, where thousands of Palestinians remained in that area because they.
Was this in retaliation for what Hamas did? I mean, I don't know if Israel has said that explicitly, but wait, you don't know who Tyrese is? Say what? That can't be. I think that must be a joke.
That it was a safe area. Mainly people in tents were targeted. There are more people injured, and the footage that is emerging online is very terrifying. We're seeing people that are not being able to be recognized because their bodies were completely damaged. And it's not only that. The Israeli forces carried a couple of airstrikes also in western parts of Rafah after this target. It's intensifying and it's also escalating.
And we've been watching these pictures come into the newsroom.
That's the thing that blows my mind. Hey, you know, I'm a simple man, I suppose. I just found that funny. I mean, have you seen Fast? Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Have you seen Fast and the Furious? Thank you, BCat. Read my mind.
We're seeing people trying to put out these fires that are spreading from one tent to the next, these makeshift shelters that people have been having to live in for months now. Can you just give us an idea of what, if any, sort of emergency response there will be to help these displaced people put out these fires immediately?
Well, actually, we're talking about civil defense teams with zero capabilities, trucks and ambulances, and firefighters do not even have fuel to transfer and to help cope this fire, because there has been no fuel entering the Gaza Strip for more than 2 weeks now after the Israeli forces started their military operation in Rafah. As you know, tents are very fragile, and flames are firing up all of the makeshift tents. It's very horrifying what we're seeing, but we are expecting more displacement tomorrow, as there are still thousands of Palestinians still in the western.
She's wild. You've never seen a Fast and the Furious movie? Wow.
Can you just give us a bit more detail about the hospital capability there in Rafah? Obviously, we know that they've been shelled and attacked multiple times, but also just the lack of supplies that they have to keep operating. And
well, I was a teenager when the first one came out, and I loved the Fast and the Furious movies, at least up for a point, until I grew out of it. I don't think I've seen the last. I mean, how many have they even made? I've probably missed the last 7.
That affect the dozens of people that no doubt will be being tried to be rushed to hospital as quickly as possible to treat, no doubt, what are going to be severe burns from this fire.
Well, the only hospital still operating in Rafah is the Kuwaiti hospital, and it's not really a hospital because it doesn't have that ICU unit. So it's only a medical point with only 8 beds. We're talking.
This is completely fucked. I cannot believe. I mean, maybe I should have expected this. I think I kind of did, but I just did not expect this level of devastation in Rafah. Especially with the ICJ doing what it's doing, other countries, especially especially in the case of Ireland and Spain, and it's just mind-boggling to me. I didn't watch Furious 7. I don't think I did. I don't think I did watch Furious 7. To be honest, I may have missed that entirely. Is that bad? I'm sorry. I'm really sorry to disappoint you. I was too busy trying to keep up with the news and other galactic duties. I'm sorry for that. Well, we got through another one, didn't we? Well done, everybody. A lot of doom every day, it seems like, for us to look through. Some days it seems like the sifting through is driving me crazy. Well, that's it for me, chat. Till I see you next. You stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget these people. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Mitty, PB, Robot Cat, Morbius Dragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Moanoip, Nadia, Vincent Morales, and Donald James Zax. That's right, all of these people. All these individuals here made that choice in life. Oh my god, what just happened to my face? Oh, there we go. Leading them to getting even more amazing space benefits. That's my face. Oh, that's what happens. Sometimes. Oh god. Oh no. What just happened? Oh no. I need you to. Oh god. Well, that's bad. That's gonna require some fixing. Well, now I'm holding the mic. Yeah, good thing I have the Galactic patrons, because I might need a new mic stand. This is just broke in half. It's great. It's phenomenal. Anyways, a few dollars a month gets you access to sweet, sweet space benefits. Holding the microphone and typing is actually not easy. I guess I'm just gonna have to do this. This is really the way, unfortunately, for now, until I can officially glue this thing back together, which is probably gonna be my best option for now. Okay, all right, I'm back. Oh yeah, Galactic Chill Stream. Ooh, we got a different vibe for today's Galactic Chill Stream. I listened to this earlier today. The AC on the Galactic Space Station was not enough, and it was a bit hot. I was feeling sluggish, and I needed something to keep me going during the day. So I somehow ran into this, something that I had listened to years ago, and rediscovered thanks to the good old YouTube algorithm, and figured we could all listen to together. This is a live DJ set directly from Palestine 5 years ago. Sama Abduladi.
One of the main pillars in the thriving techno scene in Palestine. Give it up to Sama. Woo!
Wait, hold on. Wait. Something is very wrong. This is playing at 2x. I gotta start this over. That is not right. That's wrong. How dare you?
One of the main pillars.